All right, our live stream is rolling at this time. Sergeants, please start your recordings.
PC recording has started.
And recording to the cloud are underway. Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the preliminary budget fiscal year 2023 for the committees on land use jointly with the Committee on Technology. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their videos for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to either landustetestimony@council.nyc.gov or testimony@council.nyc.gov. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair Salamanca, we are ready to begin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the preliminary budget oversight hearing for Landmarks Preservation Commission, Department of City Planning, and the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications, known as DO IT. This hearing will begin with the Landmarks Preservation Commission. And before moving on to the Department of City Planning and finally DOT, where the final portion will be held jointly with our Committee on Technology and under the leadership of Chair Gutierrez, public testimony relating to the three agencies will be taken after testimony and committee questions with all the agencies when all the agencies have concluded. Members of the public wishing to testify may register to do so by visiting the City Council's website and selecting the March 23rd hearing option of 11:30 a.m. At this time, I would like to welcome my colleagues joining us as members of the Land Use Committee, including council members Ayala, Kagan, Chair Lewis, Moya, Richardson Jordan, Chair Riley, Sanchez. We've also been joined by Majority Whip Brooke Powers. At this time, I would like to welcome my colleagues. I will also especially would like to thank council members Riley and Lewis for their leadership as chairs of the Zoning and Landmarks Subcommittee. Before we begin, I would like to recognize the committee council to review the remote meeting procedure.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. I am Arthur Ha, counsel to this committee. During today's hearing, council members who would like to ask questions should use the Zoom raise hand function. The raise hand button should appear at the bottom of your participant panel or the primary viewing window. Council members will be announced or recognized in the order that they raise their hands. Once your name has been called, you will receive an unmute request. And please note there may be a brief delay in that process. We ask that you please be patient should any technical difficulties arise today, and Chair Salamanca will now continue with today's agenda.
Thank you, Council. As the city continues to struggle to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic in the first year of this new administration, the 2023 budget is especially consecutive in setting the course of the near-term future of New York. In many ways, investment in city planning is investment in our city itself, in greater housing production and affordability, resiliency from climate change, and securing the infrastructure and community resources that make economic growth and a healthy society possible. As the administration's recently released Rebuild, Renew, Reinvent Economy Recovery Plans outlines, the Department of City Planning could play a particularly important role in advancing an equitable recovery in all of these ways. The administration also stresses the need to streamline and speed the processing of land use and building applications at agencies like DCP and LPC to ensure that red tape is not holding up action. Yet today, we are presented with preliminary budgets that propose to reduce rather than increase resources for these agencies, seemingly in contradiction with the administration's stated goals. As we consider the budget for city planning, landmarks, and DO IT, we must seek to ensure that these agencies have the resources they need to help our city recover and grow. We're going to begin with this hearing with testimony from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, which designates, regulates, and protects the New York City's architectural, historical, and cultural resources. LPC's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $6.8 million. These agencies' fiscal 2022 preliminary budget was $59,000 less than the fiscal year of 2022 adopted budget of $6.83 million. We would like to thank LPC Chair Sarah Carroll for joining us today. But before we hear from the chair and her colleagues, I will first turn it over to the Chair Lewis for her opening remarks as chair of our Landmarks Subcommittee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca, and thank you for joining us today, Chair Carroll, Executive Director Savage, and Budget Director Bashiru. I'm trying to see if there was any other members that joined us today from the Landmarks Committee. Seeing none at this time, I will move forward. I will keep my remarks brief and reserve my time for questions. However, in light of the mayor's announcement of substantial cuts to city agencies, I do want to highlight two mission-centric activities of the agency that I hope your testimonies will address today. First, in recent years, LPC has committed to expanding its research to identify more landmarks and historic districts with significance to the Black experience in New York City. Second, the Commission has also committed to making it easier for owners of landmark properties to work with the agency to obtain determinations of appropriateness for proposed renovations and alterations. I'm concerned about how the proposed cuts will affect these and other mission-critical activities. If we're seeking to protect New York City's architectural, historic, and cultural resources, the proposed reduction to the preliminary budget flaws the process, and it's counterintuitive to creating and improving the Black experience for New Yorkers. But I will save further comments for the question and answer period and yield to Chair Salamanca. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I will now ask the council to swear in our panelists, and we may begin.
Panelists, please raise your right hands, and I will ask each of you individually to respond. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, in an answer to all council member questions? Chair Sarah Carroll.
I do.
Lisa Kasavage.
I do.
Hakeem Bashiru.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I would like to welcome Chair Carroll, and you may begin with your opening statement.
Great. Good morning, and thank you, Chair Salamanca, Chair Lewis, and Chair Gutierrez, if she's here, I think. Good morning to you and the members of the Land Use Committee, Technology Committee, and the Landmarks Subcommittee. I'm pleased to be here today to speak about the Landmarks Commission's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. And I'm joined, as you know, today by Lisa Kersavage, our Executive Director, and Akeem Bashiru, our Director of Financial Management. The Commission's mission is to protect the significant architectural, historical, and cultural resources of our city. To date, the Commission has designated and regulates more than 37,600 buildings and sites throughout the 5 boroughs. Since I last testified on our agency's budget, the COVID-19 pandemic has deeply impacted New York City and the people who live, work, and visit here. As the city recovers from the impact of the pandemic, LPC is striving to support the city's economic recovery efforts. New York City's landmarks and historic neighborhoods help make the city a global destination, attracting residents, tourists, and businesses, and they play a vital role in the dynamism and economy of the city. As chair, one of my primary goals is to incorporate equity and diversity in all aspects of the agency's work. In January 2021, LPC launched an equity framework to ensure diversity and inclusion in designations, with a particular focus on preserving historic places associated with underrepresented communities, robust outreach and public dialogue with the city's diverse communities, and fairness, transparency, and efficiency in regulation so that all property owners have equal access to resources, technical assistance, and expertise. This framework has guided all of the agency's work, which I will describe throughout my testimony. LPC is one of the smallest city agencies, but one with a large mandate that is important to so many New Yorkers. I remain proud to lead such a highly efficient team of professionals. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, LPC staff pivoted to accommodate new ways of working, quickly transitioning from a paper-based permit process to a simplified e-filing application process. And I'm also proud to say that LPC was the first agency to reach 100% vaccination status, a testament to our staff and their dedication to our work and respect for each other. I will begin my testimony today by giving a brief overview of LPC's budget and how resources are allocated. LPC's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023 is $6.8 million, which consists of $6.2 million in city funds and $622,000 in federal community development block grant funds. Of the overall preliminary budget, 90% is allocated to personnel services and 10% is allocated to other than personnel services. Our budget supports the agency's 5 departments, including the research department, responsible for evaluating and advancing properties for designation, the preservation department that reviews permit applications for work on designated properties, the enforcement department that investigates complaints of potential violations and helps owners correct non-compliances, and the archaeology and environmental review departments that assist city, state, and federal agencies in their environmental review process. The agency's total headcount in the preliminary fiscal year 2023 budget is 77, including 71 full-time positions and 6 part-time positions. Of the CDBG funding, about 80% is allocated to personnel supporting critical community development related functions such as surveys, environmental review, archaeology, community outreach, and education, while about 20%, or approximately 115,000, is allocated for our historic preservation grant program for low-income homeowners and not-for-profit organizations. I will now discuss the work of the Commission that these resources help to support. As I noted, LPC's equity framework guided agency's priorities for designations, and the agency focused on places that represent New York City's diversity and in areas less represented by landmarks. The Commission completed 10 designations in fiscal year 2021, including 2 historic districts, 8 individual landmarks, for a total of 339 buildings and sites. Among the designations last year were the Harriet and Thomas Truesdale House at 227 Duffield Street, a rare surviving 19th century abolitionist home in downtown Brooklyn, the East 25th Street Historic District, the first district in East Flatbush, the Dorrance Brooks Square Historic District, which is New York City's first historic district named after an African American and has strong associations with notable figures in the Harlem Renaissance, the Holyrood Episcopal Church, Iglesia Santa Cruz in Washington Heights, which has important associations to the Latino community, the Educational Building at 75th Avenue, which was the first national office of the NAACP, Kim Lau War Memorial in Chinatown, the first landmark that specifically recognizes Chinese American history and culture, and the Akawahang Manahanang Archaeological Site, the first New York City landmark specifically recognizing the many generations of indigenous peoples who lived here. In fiscal year 2022, as the city began to reopen after the pandemic and commercial buildings began to welcome back tenants, the Commission designated the elegant 200 Madison Avenue first floor lobby interior as an interior landmark. The Commission also calendared 2 historic districts in Cambria Heights, Queens, an area where there are currently not any designated landmarks. Also, to advance equity, LPC's research department has been preparing applications to the National Park Service to certify local historic districts in census tracts that are eligible for the New York State Historic Homeownership Rehabilitation Tax Credit, which allows homeowners to take advantage of this important financial incentive. And I'm especially pleased to let you know, Chair Salamanca, that the Oneida Street Historic District in your district was just certified by the National Park Service. I will now turn to our preservation and permitting operations, which are essential to ensuring that designated landmarks remain in good repair. The key to success in preservation is effective regulation, which requires an efficient, transparent, and accessible process for applicants. Buildings are living, thriving contributors to the dynamism of New York City. Our job is not to prevent change, but to manage it so that we can ensure that these significant buildings and sites are protected and allowed to remain a vital part of our city's continued growth. Our preservation department is the largest department within the commission and is the regulatory arm of our agency. Our staff are professionally trained preservationists who work with property and business owners to help them obtain approval for work that meets their needs and is sensitive to the historic building and context. Each year, approximately 94 to 97% of permits are issued by staff pursuant to the Commission's rules, and the remaining 3 to 6% of the applications are reviewed by the full Commission. In fiscal year 2021, the Commission received 10,907 permit applications and took action on 10,075 applications, ranging from restoration and repairs to windows and storefronts to additions and new buildings. Through February of this fiscal year, we have received 7,764 applications and are on pace to surpass the fiscal year 2021 total. As you can imagine, the COVID-19 pandemic caused a large drop in applications beginning in April 2020, which did not significantly rebound until March 2021. However, the number of applications has increased since this time, and we currently receive approximately 85% of our pre-pandemic numbers. The fiscal 2023 preliminary budget includes funding for an e-filing project that will advance many of our efficiency goals and was included in Mayor Adams' blueprint for New York City's economic recovery. To help advance the plan's important goals, LPC will leverage technology to streamline its permitting process to make it easier for residents, businesses, and cultural institutions to thrive in their historic buildings. LPC is working to file applications with DoIT to develop and implement a public-facing web portal that will allow owners of designated properties to file applications for permits, upload supporting documentation, review the status of applications, and receive final permits. This project will also increase our agency's efficiency and provide transparency for applicants who will be able to better monitor the status of their applications. Our preservation department continues to develop and maintain resources to help applicants and owners put together complete applications and receive permits quickly. In fiscal year 2021, LPC launched our Open Office Hours initiative as part of our equity framework, in which members of the public can virtually drop in for technical assistance and discuss pending applications with our preservation staff. This new service was so successful in making our services more accessible and improving efficiency that we're planning to expand this service to businesses in the future. I will now share some further details about the outreach and education work that LPC conducts. Outreach and education are also essential to our success. My goal as an agency is to make information more accessible to all. And in a city as diverse as New York, we need to make sure that we are effectively communicating with property owners across the city. Since my tenure began, we have increased community outreach efforts and now place special emphasis on including communities across all boroughs that have not traditionally been well represented by LPC. We have also published new educational materials to improve access to important information. And this is important for our regulatory work and also in working to gain support for designations. In fiscal year 2021, we participated in or hosted 15 outreach sessions, and in fiscal year 2022 to date, we have participated in or hosted 13 outreach sessions with the public and community groups. Next week, we will host another outreach event for residents in one of our newly designated historic districts in Brooklyn, the East 25th Street Historic District. And we're very appreciative of your support throughout the designation process for the East 25th Street Historic District, Chair Lewis. And I'm so grateful that you and your team have helped to spread the word to residents about our upcoming event. Before I conclude, I want to return to the Historic Preservation Grant Program, a modest federally funded initiative targeted for low and moderate income homeowners and not-for-profit organizations to help restore or repair the facades of their landmark buildings. In fiscal year 2021, the program awarded 5 grants to 3 homeowners and 2 not-for-profit institutions in Brooklyn, Staten Island, and the Bronx for amounts ranging from $15,000 to $35,000. The homes are located in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, Mott Haven, and Oneida Street in the Bronx, and the institutions are Casa Belvedere in Staten Island and the Reformed Church of South Bushwick in Brooklyn. In fiscal year 2022, thus far, LPC voted to award 3 grants to 2 homeowners and 1 not-for-profit institution, all 3 in Brooklyn, and for amounts ranging from $20,000 to $30,000. The homes are located in the Alice and Agate Courts Historic District in Brooklyn, and the institution is the Brooklyn Sunday School Union in Brooklyn. In summary, we are excited for the future of preservation in New York City and thank the administration and the council for your continued support and the resources provided in this budget. We are a small agency and nearly the entirety of our budget is personnel based. This is a hardworking, dedicated, and professional staff with an outsized impact on our city, responsible for the protection and preservation of its most significant buildings, districts, and sites. Our commitment is that we will continue to do so with the resources provided and strive to do so equitably, efficiently, and transparently. Thank you again for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Chair Carroll, for your testimony, and I do want to thank you for the designation of Oneida Street, as a historic district, and for really working with the homeowners there on making this a reality. I have a few questions before I hand it over to Chair Lewis. In fiscal year, I just want to talk a little bit about some head counts, and then I'm going to go on to the historic grant and some other questions. But in terms of your head count, in fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget, it includes a savings of $161,700. In fiscal year 2022, $323,400 in fiscal year 2023, and in the outer years. So my question is: are there any particular titles associated with the 6 eliminated vacancies, as well as the 4 vacancies within your budget?
So the vacancies, I want to start by first saying that the headcount reduction was based on vacancies and that no staff are going to be laid off as a result of this headcount reduction. The vacancies that we had last year are largely the Landmarks Preservationist title, which are the staff that work on designations and reviewing permit applications. Those were longstanding vacancies that we had, and we believe that we can accomplish our strategic goals as planned. And we recognize that all agencies have been asked to do their part and support the budget. Having said that, we will monitor it very carefully, and should we find that we have additional needs, we will work closely with OMB and the administration.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Well, what are the titles that you have that have been eliminated or have vacancies?
Largely the Landmarks Preservationist titles, which are the staff that work in our research department and our preservation department. Another title that was affected was our chauffeur, or the agency driver, and I think that. at. I think those are the titles.
Wouldn't these preservationists having these vacancies delay the work that you do?
So we, we work very hard. Our staff is incredibly dedicated, and we are very efficiency minded and always finding ways to be more efficient. So we believe that we can continue to fulfill our mandate. But as I said, we will be monitoring closely and be talking closely with the administration and OMB on any needs.
I want to recognize that we've been joined by Majority Leader Powers, Councilmember Botcher, and Councilmember Neal. Thank you for joining. I want to just touch base on the historic grant program that you have there. Can you speak, has LPC awarded any historic grants to date for fiscal year 2022?
We've awarded, we do it on a rolling basis. And so to date, we have awarded 3 grants. 2 are to homeowners in the Alice and Agate Court Historic Districts in Brooklyn. And the 3rd one is for a non-for-profit in the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. It's the Brooklyn Sunday School Union.
And this grant program, it's funded, is it federal dollars or is this city dollars?
These are federal dollars that come from this community development block grant.
For homeowners, is there income requirement to qualify?
Right. In order to qualify, because it is CDBG money, the applicants must meet the HUD income eligibility requirements, which are, fairly stringent, particularly for New York City. So, for example, the requirements for the income requirement for a family of 4 is $85,000, and so that's fairly stringent for a family that owns a house in New York City. But we work closely with property owners to help identify their opportunities and whether they're eligible for the program, and help them to put their application materials together.
Has LPC, have you ever reached out to HUD and asked that they increase the income levels to qualify for these grant programs?
So I think that I don't think we personally have ever reached out to HUD. I think it's a larger issue, and we can certainly talk to our colleagues at OMB and see what the likelihood of that is.
I think this is something that I would like to work with Chair Lewis on, because we have I have a historic district in the Longwood Historic District, and these homes are going anywhere between $800 to a little over $1 million. But these are homes predominantly from low-income homeowners that purchased these homes in the 80s and in the 90s when no one wanted to live there. And now, these are working families. They have these townhouses, and they want to do capital work on them. And it's unfortunate that they have to abide by the rules that LPC has as to the work that they're allowed to do in the exterior of their homes. And it's extremely expensive for them. And I really would like to have a further conversation with you, and maybe I don't mind partnering with you and writing a letter to OMB and also to HUD, asking them to relook at the income requirements for this grant.
Yeah, I appreciate that support. We are always looking for opportunities to provide the grants, and we do a lot of outreach to try to find eligible applicants, and recognize that the HUD requirements, because they're looking at income eligibility on a national level, are not really reflective of the conditions in New York City. So I appreciate your support on that.
Well, what about religious institutions? I know that when I was first elected, LPC wanted to landmark a religious institution in my district, and we were able to get them off the list. But one of the main concerns were that their parishioners are a low-income community. Therefore, the donations that they make to the church are not at the level if we're looking at a more wealthier community. And there were many capital needs that they needed. And so do low-income religious institutions or institutions that are based out of low-income communities, can they qualify for these grants?
They can certainly apply for them. The commission accepts applications from religious institutions because, again, it's federal money. We can't provide grants for areas of worship, but we have been able to provide grants for exterior repairs or repairs to portions of the building that are not used for worship. So, for example, we last year awarded a grant to the Reformed Church of South Bushwick for a leaning steeple. And we retained an engineer and paid for a structural assessment to address the leaning steeple. And then we awarded the grant and worked with our partners at the New York Landmarks Conservancy who also awarded funding to make those repairs. And we were delighted that we were able to do that on such an important landmark.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about outreach. Does LPC have adequate resources to undertake sufficient outreach and public education?
As I said, outreach has been one of the key pillars of my priorities as chair. And so outreach, I agree, is incredibly important. And we have a team dedicated to outreach, and I think we have enough resources to do it. And I think now that we are able to use technology, we're able to expand the program even further. Just allows us to be in more places at once. The other part of the education are the tools that we've also been able to create leveraging technology. So we have incredible educational tools, interactive tools, and story maps that take all of the information we have in designations and connect them together to make these stories much more accessible to the public. So I do believe we have the resources, and we're taking advantage of all the new sort of 21st century tools that are available to us.
How many public educational meetings with community boards or other community organizations does LPC do annually?
So last year we did 15 outreach meetings, and this year I believe it was 11. I think that's what I actually 13. We've done to date 13. So last year we did 15, and to date we've done 13. We're about to meet owners in East Flatbush in the East 25th Street Historic District next week. So that number will increase, and we expect to increase it before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. And then my final question, and then I'm going to hand it over to Chair Lewis. I want to talk a little bit about the designation process. And so I received a call yesterday from some the managers and owners of a co-op that received a call from LPC in your interest to landmark their buildings, the exterior of their buildings. Now, their concern with this is that their exterior of their buildings, there is capital projects that are in the works that are needed. And if LPC landmarks, the designation process moves forward, their cost to repair will increase. Therefore, that cost will be handed over to the co-op owners, who in return the co-op owners will put that cost onto the tenants who are on who are low income families. How or they're on fixed incomes. So explain to me, does LPC look into the incomes of tenants in buildings that you choose or you're interested in landmarking?
Well, I will say that when we are interested in designating an item, first we meet with the owners. We do an incredible amount of research, obviously, into the history, architectural history, cultural history, development patterns of the building, and as how they relate to the neighborhood. Income is not something that is one of the factors that we are required to evaluate, but we are very mindful of it. We understand that people have concerns about designation and sometimes misunderstandings. We reach out to owners very early in the process before we begin designation, and we talk to them if they are in the middle of capital improvements and it's work that we don't think will detract or eliminate the significance of the property. We will work with them to allow them to achieve their work and complete their work as we move through the process or before the process. So we're very flexible on timing to allow people to do the work. But I will also say that it depends on what the effect on the cost really depends on what the work is. In many cases, restoration and repair work, the cost is really in the labor, and the review that we do may or may not increase the cost. It really depends. And I would say that sometimes when we ask for changes, it actually will save the building money in the long run because it ensures that the work will be durable and will not cause further harm to the building. So for example, if somebody is repointing with a mortar that's too hard, it can then cause those bricks to fail. So we may ask people to change the composition of the mortar. That won't change the cost of the work, but it will actually aid in sort of the long-term preservation and save the building money in the long run. So I think the question of cost really depends on what the work is, and we work very closely with property owners as we talk through these issues to make sure that everyone is informed and that we have a good working relationship.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand it over now to Chair Lewis.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Salamanca, and thank you so much, Chair Carroll, for joining us today and for all the updates you provided. I'll be quick because I know we're limited on time. LPC has seen a steady increase in the number of permit applications. The number of work permit applications received during the first 4 months of fiscal year 22 was about over 4,000, compared to the 3,487 during the same period in fiscal year 21. Which is a 17% increase. I wanted to ask you, what factors do you believe led to the increase in number of work permit applications during the first 4 months of fiscal 22? And do you believe that you have the capacity, the manpower in order to deal with the backlog?
Yeah, so I would say that the increase in applications is probably a sign of the economy recovering. And so I think that's a great thing. And we are currently, as I stated in my testimony, about 85% of where we were at when pre-pandemic. So the number of applications that we received before the pandemic. So we're still slightly below that number, but we see it continuing to increase. And we don't have a backlog per se. Our applications are reviewed and approved on a rolling basis, and simple ones, we have a number of expedited processes that can handle a lot of the simpler applications, and those move in and out of the office very quickly. Applications that require a public hearing for new buildings in a historic district, for example, those can take longer because there's more public input and a longer process for those. But we feel, and the staff works equally hard on both types of applications. And, where staff is dedicated and we are always looking for efficiencies. We view our e-filing initiative to be an incredible efficiency measure that will allow for the staff to be able to it'll reduce the amount of time for intake, for data entry, and will allow applicants immediate contact with the staff and immediate ability to upload materials. So we think there will be a lot of efficiencies built into that initiative. So our expectation is that we will be able to continue to manage the workload as it increases and returns to pre-pandemic levels.
Thank you. So speaking of e-filing, fiscal 2023 preliminary budget includes a little over 60,000 in fiscal 22 and 92,000 in fiscal 23 in the out years for the e-filing project with Do It. Can you provide an update on that project as it relates to its objective and the timeline and any other additional information you could provide?
Yeah, so we've been working very closely with Do It to develop and implement this web-based portal that will allow owners this sort of immediate interaction for filing their applications and managing them. And we've submitted a revised CP to Do It, and we're awaiting approval. We've been working through the CP with both Do It and OMB, and we are hoping for the approval to happen, and then we will begin immediately. And we expect that the building of the web portal can happen this fiscal year, and then the expenses in the out years really cover maintenance and training.
All right, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the initiative BLAST. The Mayor's Recovery Plan also includes the creation of the Interagency Building and Land Use Approval Streamlining Task Force, for those that don't know the name, to identify inefficiencies and streamline the application process, as you've mentioned earlier. So I wanted to know, is LPC included in this initiative? What does it look like? What information can you give to the committee today regarding this?
Yeah, LPC is definitely included along with other land use agencies, and we'll be convening in a task force to discuss efficiencies. So I don't have information yet on when it will begin or what exactly it will look like, but we're excited to participate and excited that Landmarks Preservation Commission is included and can support economic recovery.
All right, we look forward to hearing more about that because, you know, you've mentioned it earlier in your testimony, so we look forward to that. Regarding enforcement, because this is a big component, especially in Black and Brown communities, it comes up often. The number of enforcement actions taken, the total warning letters, NOVs, notice of violations, and stop work orders issued increased by 18 from 32 for the first 4 months in fiscal 2022 when compared to the same period in fiscal 2021. What factors do you believe led to the increase in number of total warning letters and notices of violations and stop work orders?
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things. One is our process is complaint driven. And so we investigate all complaints that come to us. And I think that during the pandemic, we received fewer complaints. And now that people are out and about more, we are hearing from more people. We also understood the severity of the pandemic and the financial toll that it took on New Yorkers, including owners of designated properties. And so during the height of the pandemic, with fairness and equity in mind, we only acted on the more serious violations or work that was happening, that was ongoing. And so other complaints were all investigated, and we tried to work with property owners outside of the enforcement process to address that. That has now, everybody's had a little bit of relief. We're coming out of it, it seems. Hopefully we're seeing a brighter future. So we have started to act on more of those investigations at this point, and that would account for the increased number.
Are those complaints filed online, or can people file those complaints?
Yes, we do have a violations search feature on our website. So people can look up to see if there's a violation and what the status is.
Okay, I have two last questions because I know we have to go. And this one is particularly an outreach question. With the pandemic dwindling, what will outreach look like for LPC? And what will on the ground outreach look like? What's the approach that the agency is thinking about?
Yeah, we pivoted to the virtual outreach sessions, and I think we were a little skeptical at first and worried that we wouldn't have as much face-to-face time, which is so critical for ensuring that everybody that we're communicating effectively and everybody understands. So we are excited to do more on-the-ground research, outreach. We will continue to do virtual sessions because in the end, they actually end up being very well attended because people don't have to take time off or get home, they can go home and cook dinner and then join a session and not sort of come out for the evening. So they're also very popular and we will continue those, but we're also excited to get out into neighborhoods. And we look to local council members and community boards to partner with to host these events. So we would be happy to continue to work with you to think about events we can partner to host together.
Oh, we would love to do that with you.
Great.
And you've done a phenomenal job with these Flatfish. My last question is regarding the designation process. A lot of folks are interested in designating particular areas. So when LPC decides to do research and designate new landmarks, talking about the next fiscal year coming up, can you explain or describe what that process will look like? Will it remain the same? And do you primarily depend on proposals from the community and advocates? And how do we include more Black and Brown organizations and advocates in this process?
So I would say that our designations are really commission initiated, and our research staff surveys thousands of properties every year. And in fact, during this last fiscal year, we surveyed over 10,000 properties, buildings, and sites, which is more than we've ever done in a year. And so we also get requests from the public, and relatively small number compared to the amount of survey work that we're doing internally. And we then, if the properties that are requested merit or may merit consideration, we include that to within our survey inventory. And then as we think about which items to advance, we think about our priorities and our goals for equity and equitable representation in our designation. So that is, along with merit, one of the significant guiding tools or guiding pillars that we use to determine when and how to move designations forward. We also looked, again, to work very closely with the local council members on items in their district, as you're so important in this designation process and have an important role in it. So we're happy to meet with anyone who wants to talk about designations in our area. And I would say, the best, sometimes it's very hard when we do identify an area of significance and we come in and the community hasn't asked for it, and we come to the community, and it takes a lot of work to get people to get comfortable with the idea and to understand the benefits as well as the responsibilities. So when we have, particularly for historic districts, a neighborhood where the owners themselves seek designation and the area merits designation and it aligns with our priorities of representing the diversity of the city, it's sort of a win-win. And that was the case with the East 25th Street Historic District. So those are, the best projects to work on. And we look forward to having those kinds of alignments in the future.
Thank you so much, Chair Carroll. Thank you, Chair Salamanca. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lewis. I would like to recognize that we've been joined by Council Member Gail Brewer. So we will begin with questions from council members. Any council member who wishes to ask questions, please raise the hand button on your Zoom. And because for the interest of time, we're going to give council members 3 minutes. And we will start with Council Member Mealy.
Time starts now.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs. I'm asking, how do you choose the co-ops that you want to do an LPC on?
How do we choose? Well, when we look at any properties, we look at, by law, they have to be 30 years or older. They have to be significant architecturally, culturally, or historically. And so we do research to determine whether they meet those threshold standards. And then as we have developed an inventory of sites that we've surveyed, we then do comparative analysis. We look at, in particular, integrity and whether they contain historic fabric that convey their significance, which is very
I just
important.
remembered, he did ask that question.
Yeah.
But Chair Salamanca. But one thing I hear, he's kind of requesting you to see how you can up the salary or the price range of people want to get landmarks on these developments. I was just with the requirements. I was the income requirement. I just want to make a statement in regards to that. We have to be very careful because once we do that, the homeowners who have a set maintenance, that means their maintenance would have to go up. And if their maintenance go up after they get this grant, that can take some people may have to leave because they can't keep up with their maintenance. Because as soon as anyone do any capital improvements, their maintenance go up. So have you considered that? And do you have a plan for that going forward with any of these co-ops that you designate?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. I think it's in a really important point and consideration. Unfortunately, it's not within the landmarks law to consider that, but as human beings and as we think about the neighborhoods we're impacting, we absolutely do think about it. We don't study the income levels, but we do work, as I said, closely with property owners and try to understand what their needs are. And
okay, I don't have that much time, but
okay.
You will be talking to our chair Salamanca said he will be putting in a request for that. So why that component is not in this? We cannot upgrade the building and then throw people out. So that has to be a component in there. And I hope y'all start studying that before you just, do something like this. That'll be very sad for this city that people stayed in those landmark buildings and all of a sudden when you fix them up, then their salary can't keep up with the maintenance costs that elevated once they did put those capital projects and your grants in. Soon as any capital project is done on a co-op, their maintenance go up. So to say that that's not in your preview, something is wrong with that.
So I just want to clarify. All right. Okay.
I need to hear this. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if the grant program is for homeowners and who may or may not have a tenant, but they must be owner occupied. So it's usually for smaller buildings, not for co-ops. But I definitely hear you about the concerns that the cost of work in a designated building may have on buildings. And we allow substitute materials and we try to always find ways to make it manageable for property owners. And so I think it's a good point. Thank you for bringing it up.
I just did it because our chair Salamanca said he will be asking for an increase. So thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Mealy. I will now recognize Councilmember Bottcher.
Time starts now.
Hello, Chair Carol. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Councilmember?
I'm good,
Nice
thank
to see
you. Likewise. Chair, the council district, I represent Council District 3. We have the most landmark properties of any district in the city, correct?
I believe that you are close to it. I know that you're third in the number of designations, and I'm not quite sure. I think you're not first in the number of buildings.
Oh my gosh, I thought I think that
Councilmember Hannah, but you're very close.
Could you tell me, in light of all the properties we have, what effect will these proposed cuts have for property owners in our landmarked areas? We, as it stands, despite the good work that you do, we do get calls from folks whose projects are taking a long time. And historically,
the LPC has said that you do a lot on very little staff, and you could actually use more staff. We're seeing a proposed staff reduction. What effect will that have on the already overstretched agency, on the property owners who have applications coming before you, and on non-property owners who have to put up with construction and scaffolding? What's the on the ground effect of these cuts going to be?
Yeah, so I would say again, we're still not quite at the number of applications we were handling pre-pandemic. So I again feel that we can accommodate it, but we will be monitoring it closely and working with OMB and the administration if we find we do need for additional staff. But I did also want to point out that sometimes the delay in applications is not a staffing issue. It's that we haven't received the materials needed to evaluate the application, and there's sort of a communication. The expediter may not get the information to the architect, who doesn't get the information to the owner. So I would say that owners should feel free to reach out to our staff directly and not necessarily rely on their representatives because sometimes the messages don't get moved quickly enough.
That's right. And it is true that oftentimes when we reach out, it turns out it's the applicant who owes something. That's what we need to help with. But we've seen an agency that could use more staff. You're now being asked to reduce your staff, and all in the name of saving how much money is really going to be saved? How much again?
In the out years, it's $323,000.
$323,000 in a $100 billion budget. Do you think that this is worth that? Saving that little money, the inconvenience it might cause?
I think that, every agency has been asked to do their part, and we have to try to do our part as well. And we are always concerned about efficiency and how well our staff is working, and the efficiency of our permit process. So, we'll be watching it very closely.
Thanks. I understand the importance of a symbolic reduction, to be fair, but when it is going to have an effect on New Yorkers like this, I think it's a bad decision.
Yeah. We'll be watching to see what the effect is, but thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Botcher, are you?
I could ask more questions. My time.
No. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll go first. All right. Let's make sure. Thank you, Councilmember Botcher. I would like to recognize Councilmember Brewer.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. I'm in a noisy place, but my question is, given that cut, what will it have an impact on? Let me be specific. We're all trying very, very hard to get more preservation efforts in communities of color. And sometimes that requires, the persons who are requesting it do not have the money for any kind of an evaluation. We are always so appreciative when LPC does it. Number one, and number two, there are so many more places that we, at least speaking for myself, would like to have preserved. So do you have some sense of what that number might look like in terms of other places that, if you had the funding, you could in fact suggest get preserved? And by preserved, I'm including historic districts and landmarks and so on, because there is a lot of, as you know, you've been very great, Sarah Carol, in responding, but it's not always the way that we want you to respond. So I think if you had more funding, then more effort could be made to preserve and do historic districts in areas that are obviously in need. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And, one, I do want to say that we survey, as I said, thousands of properties a year. And so no community should feel like they need to spend money for an evaluation. There is no fee for our evaluation. Nobody needs to hire an outside researcher to do a nomination. We don't accept nominations. We do surveys, and we identify priorities through our surveys, and our surveys are informed by requests from the public. And so where we do find that there is merit and those requests align with our priorities, we are we can easily allocate our resources and our staff and dedicate our staff to those research efforts. So we are committed to continuing to recognize historic districts that represent the diversity of the city, particularly communities and histories of people of color. And so we are going to continue to prioritize those studies and those research efforts. And we look forward to working with all of you and the support that you yourself has been incredibly supportive of our work. And so it means a lot to us, and we really appreciate that. That's so important for the process.
All right. So I want to thank you, Chair Carroll, for attending today's hearing. My office and Land Use and Councilmember Farah Lewis, and I see Councilmember Mealy, we're definitely going to be reaching out to see how we can figure out to increase that grant, for homeowners that are part of the landmarks preservation. So with that, I'm going to take a 1-minute recess, and we will begin with city planning.
Thank you, council members.
As we are on recess, I would like to sound test our DCP members. So start with Mr. Garodnik.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear
welcome
me?
back. Yes, we
Thank
can.
you. Good to be here.
Executive Director Shu Cheng. 1 second, I'm going to unmute you. Accept the unmute request, please.
Good morning.
There you go. All right, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you. General Counsel Amron.
Morning.
Good morning. Here loud and clear. Thank you.
All right,
And
Sergeant at Arms, can I proceed with the city planning?
I believe so. I just got to sound check Mr. Parrish, and then we will be able to go.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We got you. All right, Chair, we're ready to continue.
All right, Council, are we good?
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. All right, so now we will continue the land use preliminary budget hearing and hear from the new Director of City Planning and Chair of the City Planning Commission, former council member and now Chair, Dan Grodnick, Executive Director Edith Sushan, and the General Counsel Susan Amra, and Acting COO David Parrish. As I described in my opening remarks, DCP has been a tremendous influence. DCP has a tremendous influential role to play in both the city's short-term future, including our ongoing recovery from COVID-19, and addressing long-term goals such as climate resiliency, racial equity, and fair housing. From our review of the preliminary budget, we have concerns that the proposed DCP budget may not provide the resources necessary for the agency to fully and effectively engage in these critical issues. But we have a brand new city planning chair here with us today, and we look forward to learning more about the new administration's vision for DCP. The Council Zoning Subcommittee is chaired by Councilmember Kevin Riley. I want to acknowledge the chair's leadership on the city planning issues and thank the chair for joining us today. And right before the council swears in the panelists, Chair Grodnick, I just want to say how proud I am and excited to see that, a former colleague of ours is the chair of DCP. As a former council member, I know that you understand the frustrations that we as council members and communities have had with city planning agency on really not getting information in a timely manner. But I am confident that because you were a former colleague, you understand our frustration. You were in our shoes. So I'm just excited to know that you are in this role. And with that, I'm going to allow the council to swear in the panelists.
Panelists, please raise your right hands and I will call on you each individually to answer. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and an answer to all council member questions? Chair Dan Garodnick.
I do.
Edith Sue Chen.
Yes, I do.
Susan Amron.
I do.
David Parrish.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I will now hand it off to Chair Garodnick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the very kind words. I really appreciate it. And it is good to be back here. Subcommittee chairs, Riley and Lewis, thank you. And of course, to the distinguished members of the Land Use Committee. I thank you all for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the Department of City Planning's preliminary fiscal year 2023 budget. As noted at the top, I'm joined by Edith Sue Chen, who is the Executive Director, David Parrish, who's the Acting COO, and Susan Amron, who is the General Counsel. And I am very honored to have been appointed to lead the Department of City Planning and the City Planning Commission by Mayor Adams, who is committed to ensuring that we expand access to opportunity for all New Yorkers. It's also particularly meaningful to be testifying before the City Council, a body in which I served for 12 years. And I believe my successor, the majority leader, Keith Powers, is here. There he is. I tip my hat to him. It's really great to see you all and council members. I certainly appreciate, as Chair Salamanca noted up front, the challenging tasks that you have before you, and I am very much looking forward to collaborating with you. You should know that some of my proudest council accomplishments were in direct partnership with the City Planning Commission and the department as we successfully worked to modernize the greater East Midtown area, the business district around Grand Central Station. We did it to ensure that one of our city's largest job centers would continue to thrive well into the future, while also providing flexibility for residential development. In my first council term, I chaired one of the then 3 land use subcommittees, and that was called Planning, Dispositions, and Concessions. And I had the occasion to work directly with the commission chair and staff. And even back then, I admired the professionalism of the agency and the city's commitment to continuously engage the public in our important land use decision-making process. That said, nothing during my time in the council compared to the challenging moment that we find ourselves in today, a moment where we face an affordability crisis, a housing crisis, and a health crisis all at the same time. In fact, there has really been nothing quite like it in history. I have been working with the mayor, Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, and many others to help get New York City's economic recovery into high gear. On March 10th, we announced Rebuild, Renew, Reinvent, a blueprint for New York City's economic recovery, a 5-borough economic development plan that makes sure that our economy and the infrastructure that supports it is flexible, resilient, inclusive, and innovative as we move into a post-pandemic future. To that end, I would like to thank the City Council on your efforts to make permanent the open restaurants plan. This is an example of taking a crisis and wisely adapting our policies to the city's advantage. And I give you all a lot of credit for this accomplishment. Of course, city planning will work shoulder to shoulder with our peer agencies and the City Council to wrap up the details and to ensure its success. At City Planning, we are working to create housing, to promote equitable growth, to prepare for a changing environment, and to rise to the challenge of meeting the needs of every community in the city. When it comes to public engagement and creating opportunity, we will include everyone. That includes communities across all 5 boroughs, and it means offering a positive user experience for elected officials, community board members, and private applicants in New York's public land use decision-making process. To your point, Mr. Chairman, for those projects that align with city priorities, we will not only approve them, but we will be their champions. Working directly with our sister agencies, including the New York City Economic Development Corporation, the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and the Office of Management and Budget, we will explore the future of work and its impacts on our central business districts and so many other job centers across our boroughs. During the last 2 years, driven by COVID-19, we have seen challenges to our core central business districts as people spent time working from home. We also saw strength in smaller business districts located closer to where people live. We are building an economic plan that will touch every sector of our economy. It's a plan that will be nimble and will focus on a broader and more equitable geographic distribution of economic opportunity. We are laser focused on planning for inclusive and sustainable growth in the short and the long term. This means working with communities to implement the city's newly released comprehensive waterfront plan, for example, and among some of the most pressing projects for the city include the development of offshore wind, advancing public access to the waterfront, and coastal climate resiliency. This also means creating more housing opportunities at highly accessible locations where residents can access the city's extraordinary opportunities for jobs, education, and amenities. We need to bring more jobs closer to where New Yorkers live, supporting investment in the downtowns and job centers that exist and that are growing outside of the Manhattan core. It also means maximizing the capacity and user accessibility of a safe and secure transit system. The city has already prioritized accessibility advances at key locations through strategic contributions to the MTA capital plan. In planning for Jerome Avenue's rezoning, for example, we heard loud and clear that improved subway accessibility was sorely needed. After collaborating with DOT, the MTA, and Bronx stakeholders, earlier this year, the 170th Street Jerome Avenue station was renovated to make the station accessible to all riders. 3 new elevators were installed at this station located in Councilmember Stevens' district and just 1 block south of Councilmember Sanchez's district. During my time at the City Council, I had the privilege of not only visiting all corners of the city, but also working directly with communities across all 5 boroughs. The diversity, energy, and complexity of New York is what I love about it, and every unique neighborhood will play a critical role in our success. That is why I am so excited to have joined the Department of City Planning and to be taking the helm at a time of both incredible challenge, but also tremendous opportunity to use the levers of government to achieve a new vision of a fairer, more prosperous, and safer city. City planning stands at the crossroads of growth, change, and opportunity, and it will serve as a major driver in turning the goals of this administration into reality. So now let me just turn to the budget. City planning entered fiscal year 2022 with an adopted budget of $44.9 million and an authorized headcount of 348 full-time staff positions, of which $26.6 million and 162 positions are funded with city tax levy dollars. DCP's remaining $18.3 million budget allocation and 186 positions are funded by state and federal grants, primarily through HUD's Community Development Block Grant Program. The $44.9 million fiscal year 2020 adopted budget allocated $30.6 million, a little over 2/3 of city planning's operating budget, to agency-wide personal services, including part-time staff and members of the City Planning Commission, and the remaining $14.3 million to non-personnel expenses. In comparison to the fiscal year 2022 adopted budget, City Planning's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget of $45.3 million and 332 full-time staff lines represents a $354,000 increase to the overall operating budget and our 16 headcount decrease. This is a small budget increase, even as we are down 16 staff, including a PEG. So let me explain how this comes to be. Focusing on City Planning's OTPS, other than personal services, the department's fiscal year 23 preliminary budget allocates $15.6 million to pay for agency operating expenses other than staffing, such as community outreach, environmental consulting services, and agency operations, and demonstrates a $1.3 million temporary influx in OTPS as compared to City Planning's $14.3 million adopted OTPS budget in the last fiscal year, or I should say the current fiscal year. The net $1.3 million increase in OTPS funding is primarily driven by a new need to conduct a citywide building elevation survey. This study stems from the tragedies that befell residents of below-grade apartments during Hurricane Ida. The mayor allocated $3 million in OTPS for us to conduct this impactful study. The agency hired consultants to perform a citywide spatial analysis of building elevations throughout the city, including subgrade spaces. The analysis is geared toward the city's resiliency efforts and will provide comprehensive data on community flood risk, allowing the city to better target proactive planning strategies, infrastructure investments, and outreach to residents and to property owners. In addition to supplementing the city's knowledge of the geographic distribution of flood risk, the elevation measurements will allow the city to better model and to estimate future flood damages. I want to thank the chair of the council's Resiliency and Waterfronts Committee, Ari Kagan, for his ongoing efforts on flood protection. We at the department are looking forward to working with you on resiliency and climate change issues. The $3 million citywide building elevation study new need is offset in the budget by the expiration of $1.7 million in temporary community development disaster recovery funding that had been budgeted for another resiliency-related project led by HPD, which was the Resilient Edgemere Community Plan within Councilmember Brooks Powers' district. DCP is supporting HPD in its implementation of the Resilient Edgemere Community Plan by providing environmental consulting services through its on-call environmental consulting contracts to analyze the environmental impacts of the proposed land use actions and to advance the environmental review work. The Edgemere rezoning was certified into ULURP in December of 2021 and is currently making its way through public review. Between the $3 million increase for the building elevation study and the $1.7 million decrease in the Resilient Edgemere Community Plan, the agency has an increase of $1.3 million in OTPS, but at the same time, we have a net $950,000 decrease in personal services, and that corresponds to the agency's decrease in staffing levels. The department's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget allocates $29.7 million to personal services compared to $30.6 million in the current adopted budget, or in the fiscal year 2022 adopted budget. The 29.7 figure represents a $950,000 decline in funding for agency personnel, attributed to a net loss of 16 positions. Headcount and associated funding reductions include the elimination of 9 tax levy funded vacancies and approximately $500,000 to achieve agency savings in line with the mayor's program to eliminate the gap, PEG, and the expiration of 8 short-term staffing resources, 1 tax levy position and 7 grant funded positions, and $600,000 funded in previous plans that are slated to exit the budget at the end of fiscal year 2022. 7 of the 8 positions consist of temporary resources received to support the 2020 census. The expansion of the agency's regional planning program, and the development of an online tool that automates analyses required by certain chapters of the Seeker Technical Manual. The last position is a CDBG disaster recovery funded resiliency planner embedded in the Mayor's Office of Climate Resiliency, whose funding coincides with the end of the CDBG disaster recovery grant. These 17 positions and $1.1 million in reductions are offset by the addition of one $75,000 temporary staff person that will be hired to manage and oversee the timely completion of the citywide building elevation study, and $39,000 in contractual increases negotiated through collective bargaining to arrive at the $950,000 16 position reduction to personal services. So to conclude, the increase of $1.3 million for OTPS and the decrease of $950,000 in PS result in an increase of $354,000, but a decrease of 16 positions in the DCP budget. This establishes a fiscal year 2023 preliminary plan of 332 authorized positions and $45.3 million, of which $29.7 million is for agency-wide personnel services and $15.6 million is allocated to other than personal services. DCP will continue to distribute its resources in the most effective way possible to advance the department's our work program and to meet the needs of New Yorkers, all while striving for optimal financial and operational efficiency. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the welcome. I'm very happy to be here, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions you or the committee may have.
Thank you, Chair, for your opening statement. So I'm going to start with a few questions, some big picture questions. Looking back at the de Blasio's administration, what do you see what were DCP's top accomplishments?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I was not at DCP, so I have the benefit of looking at it from partially an outsider's perspective. And I believe that the biggest accomplishments included adopting MIH to make affordable housing mandatory. It's the most aggressive inclusionary housing program in the United States. And ZQA, something that I know that the council was not only voted on, but was deeply involved in removing obstacles that would help to allow for development to maximize affordable housing, including senior housing and reducing parking requirements, which were acting as an impediment for development. I also think in the end of the de Blasio administration, the Soho, NoHo, and Gowanus rezonings were big accomplishments. Both neighborhoods with strong markets and great access to transit allowed for the city to advance its fair housing goals and ensure that all neighborhoods are doing their part to provide affordable housing for New Yorkers. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention the Greater East Midtown rezoning, which obviously was an important one, in my old district, and where I, partnered with city planning, and also we worked very hard in the city council to try to get that one right, to promote economic development in a key area of New York City and tied density to transit improvement. So I would cite those as some of the big accomplishments under the last mayor's administration.
Yeah, I see that, Commission Chair, that you've been joined by, your DCP General Counsel, and who was there for some time. So my question is, when you came in, did they provide you with what was some of the lessons learned some of the lessons learned from the de Blasio administration that can be improved now with this Adams administration?
Definitely. And, I'm not only joined by the general counsel, but I also have our acting COO and the executive director. And yes, they all have, we've been having over the last month since I've been around, some very detailed conversations about what has gone right and what has gone wrong, and thinking about how we want to operate as an agency. And certainly to your point at the start of the hearing, Mr. Chairman, about responsiveness and engagement in community, we certainly want to do even more as it relates to community engagement, making it an agency that is user-friendly, both on the side of private applicants who are coming to us for a variety of different applications that they see as important, and also for communities and elected officials. The agency is not always going to agree with everybody on everything, but we certainly want to make sure that in an engagement with this highly professional and capable agency, that people are having a really good user experience. Another lesson learned was that neighborhood plans, they need more than just zoning. I think people look frequently to the zoning resolution to solve a lot of the problems that exist. And the zoning resolution is not made for that. The zoning resolution is made to set a path for reasonable and responsible development in a way that the city has prioritized. And so we want to think about capital investments and neighborhood improvements in a more holistic way. It's one of the reasons why we are so excited about the seed fund, which the mayor announced as part of his blueprint, which I'd be happy to talk about in greater detail if you wish.
All right, thank you for that. You mentioned MIH. I was part of the council. I had just came in as a new member when we voted on the mandatory inclusionary housing. And while I agree that it was a great step in bringing in more affordable housing, right, requiring these developers that are going to build a market rate to set aside a certain percentage of units for affordable housing. But there has been a concern within the council that it does not do enough. Is city planning looking into retweaking MIH?
So we're open to this conversation and having it with the council. But what I will note is that this is today the most aggressive program that exists in the country. Now, it doesn't mean to say that it is not the moment to review, evaluate, take a hard look at it. But we want to make sure that we hit the right balance here, right? Like most of us would love to see more affordability in more projects. What we need to do is we need to find the sweet spot between getting maximum affordable housing opportunities for our public policy goals while also ensuring that things get built. So we are committed to taking a regular and ongoing look at that program and to do it with you, Mr. Chairman, this committee and the council to make sure that we have that prescription right. But we want to be very careful about it because we are, counting on MIH. That is our tool to get private development of affordable housing for projects where the city is not the applicant. Those are the private applicants. So we want to make sure that we're getting the most that we possibly can within a viable context. So the short answer is we are eager to continue to look at this with you, but we want to be very careful about it in the way that we prescribe, as it was done, as you know, Mr. Chairman, in the last go around, very carefully prescribed so as to try to hit the mark where it was believed that not only would we get affordable housing, but we also would get the units at the end of the day and not just stand on a broader principle, but to actually make sure that something happened.
ZQA, one of the components on ZQA was removing the parking requirements for some of these projects. One of the concerns that I'm hearing in my community boards where there's high density, there's a large number of affordable housing applications, is that there's no parking in the area. We're building, but we're not providing any parking. And And so it's becoming frustrating for my communities who are doing their fair share in housing, but we're not looking into their parking requirements. Is city planning open to reviewing the parking requirements as part of ZQA?
I mean, the answer is yes, and I will note that you're making an important point about the need for parking, and then of course we also hear from council members who say, let us not have a parking requirement because it inhibits the ability for more housing development. So we certainly are eager to take a look at this and to do it in a way that makes sense for all communities around the city. But yes, it's obvious to us that there are concerns about the parking requirements in both directions here, and we're eager to work with you on that.
Okay. I'm going to jump around on some questions. Redistricting is coming up. I know that my colleagues and I are monitoring this carefully as it affects us. What role will city planning play within the redistricting commission?
We intend to provide a supportive role as it relates to having a technical expertise on mapping and data. We have professionals in our agency who are experts in that, and we have offered our resources to the commission to help support their very important work.
All right. Are you going to assign specific staff to the redistricting commission to provide them with the support that they need?
Not full time, but yes, we will have specific staff who are designated to act as support on these technical matters where our agency has expertise. Yes.
All right. And the reason for that question is I want to jump into the headcount and the resources. As of the preliminary budget, DCP reported that the headcount is at 332 positions, which is a decrease of 16 positions year over year. Additionally, DCP to date has 63 vacancies, or 90% of the fiscal 2023 budgeted headcount. What's the impact that this hiring freeze has had on your agency?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I appreciate your commitment to making sure that city planning has what it needs, and your recognition of the importance of the work that we are doing over here. I will note that we are doing our very best to work with the resources that we have and will. We have talented people. We are working to reallocate as necessary to be able to perform at the highest capacity. The vacancy situation is the numbers that you cited were accurate. It is not as dire as it sounds, however, and I will note why. So within that group of 63 vacancies, we have 10 that are pending, just onboarding right now. We have posted positions for 16 additional. 8 positions are expiring in fiscal year 2023. 5 of them are dormant and unfunded, which leaves us 24 to be hired. So you are right to observe that the present number of vacancies is what it is, but when you take those other pieces into consideration, it's more like 24.
Right. What's the average salary? What's the average salary range for these positions?
For the position, which positions are you asking about? For all of them, or for the ones where?
Well, let me go back. So, in terms of the DCP, the city planning planners, we were looking at salary ranges, and the average salary that we noticed is in the range of $65,000, which I think is difficult to retain talented staff in your agency at such a low salary. Do you as a new chair plan on reviewing salaries and plan on working with the mayor's office to increase salaries so that you can retain and attract talented staff?
I mean, the short answer is, we obviously value our staff and we would love for everybody to be paid more. That is, that's obvious in any agency. That would be the answer. But we are working within the boundaries that we have within the city budget. And we are working through the tools that we have to build a pipeline of engagement of recruits through engagement with local universities, finding a way to create a dynamic and exciting environment to attract the best possible talent. We have a retention plan, which of course relies on regular career growth and equity in the workspace and employee engagement. Salary is one very important component in that it helps us recruit when the economy is hot. And it's also an indicator of value from the agency to our employees who have sustained strong performances. But we also are working to bring forth initiatives that will help build clearer career pathways and deepen engagement with the various social activities for people to reconnect with one another after a period of remote work. We know that salary considerations are part of every candidate's decision, but what we want to do is establish very good relationships with our people, demonstrate that our work is impactful, provide opportunities for skill and career growth. And, we have an incredible dynamic agency. So I will say to anybody who is listening, paying attention right now, who wants to be a planner, it's a very exciting place to be at an exciting moment in time. So we hope you will think about working with us as a career. It's a place where we're going to offer career growth and opportunities, and we want to be the most dynamic and exciting planning agency, not just in this, in the region, but also in the country. So we have big aspirations, but Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your question and your concern about salaries. We obviously, are concerned about that too, but we want to offer all of the other things that we know that we can offer that are, call them off-budget opportunities for growth and excitement within our agency.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I'm going to hand it off to Chair Riley for some questions, and then I see some council members have questions, and then I'll come on for a second round. Chair Riley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca, and good morning to the Planning Committee, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Chair. I just have a few questions. In the past, city planning has sometimes faced criticism for the lack of effective outreach, training, and engagement within community boards and the broader public. Moving forward, is the department looking to improve in how it involves the public and works with the diverse communities in our city?
The short answer is yes. We are thinking about this question every single day. We understand that frequently our agency speaks in a language that is difficult and not accessible to most New Yorkers.
Right.
It's sometimes not accessible to me, and so I am sympathetic to the fact that we need to do a better job in laying out the history, the context, the relevance, the connection to community, speak in a language where people can understand the details. Obviously, once you start, diving into map amendments and text amendments with, even the acronyms that we're talking about here, ZQAs and MIHs, people's eyes glaze over pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to do a better job in telling a story about what we are trying to do, why it's important. But even beyond all of that, we need to be respectful of communities, community priorities, and recognizing that city planning is an agency which is it has legal obligations under the charter. It has technical obligations in environmental and technical review. It is part of the ULURP process. It is not all of the ULURP process. That we're not going to be an agency that will be able to agree with everyone all the time. But what we can do is make sure that people are heard, honestly, sincerely heard, that when applications are coming their way, certainly when they're public applications or something sponsored by the city, that there is a high level of engagement from the city in the community about what it is, why it matters, why it is deserving of support. And certainly when there's private applications, even though that's not city planning, to do our best to guide applicants to engage better with neighborhoods and make sure that they understand what's happening and why it is relevant and important. So there's a very long answer to your very good question, which is yes, we definitely are interested in doing more and doing better on that front.
No, I agree. I think it's a place where we all can play our part, which is educating our community and just keeping them cognizant of new projects and how we want to, fix our city. Does the proposed budget provide enough resources for DCP to effectively engage and respond to community boards and other organizations that request technical planning guidance?
We believe that it does, and we understand that that the proposed budget takes us down a bit on personnel. But we believe that we have what we need to be able to accomplish these important goals. And we look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee and council to make sure that we are doing the very best.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move over to Fair Housing and Equitable Development Data Tool. The administration's Rebuild and Renew and Reinvent Economic Recovery Plan includes ensuring all neighborhoods are meeting the needs for housing opportunities. Is DCP working with HPD on a citywide strategy for implementing the fair housing goal? And when can we expect more details?
Yes, and the short answer is yes, we are working with HPD on that. And details are coming in the coming months. I will note that on the EDDT that you noted, for the benefit of those who are less familiar with it, I mean, this is a really exciting tool that we are going to be releasing on April 1, which is going to better equip New Yorkers with data that can facilitate some of these very challenging conversations that you noted about housing affordability, racial equity, displacement, and the future of the city and our neighborhoods. This tool is going to allow the public to more easily see and explore data about housing and demographics, public health, while also allowing people to compare that data across neighborhoods and racial and ethnic groups as we plan for a fairer city. While it's not going to predict the effect of future changes on zoning or housing supply in a particular neighborhood, it will allow us to facilitate a discussion and create policies that increase affordable housing opportunities for New Yorkers to stay in their homes and their neighborhoods. We just had a public hearing on this tool on March 10. We've been working in partnership with HPD, the Racial Impact Study Coalition, and have been hearing from New Yorkers. We're excited for it to go live on April 1.
Thank you, Chair. As required by the Local Law 78 of 2021, in the coming months, the department will be fully launching a new equitable development data tool and racial equity reports. How does DCP anticipate these new tools to inform the city's housing and planning policy?
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I really do think it's going to allow the public to more easily see and explore data across neighborhoods and across racial and ethnic groups as we're planning for a fairer city. It's going to have, a variety of results that you're going to be able to see on housing, demographics, health. You'll get all of the housing, jobs, and public health and more data in one place, and you can actually compare them across neighborhoods and racial and ethnic groups. So we think it's going to be an important tool to allow for us to have some of these very difficult conversations about affordability and racial equity and displacement, and to do it grounded in a tool that we have developed very carefully with our sister agency at HPD and also the Racial Impact Study Coalition. So coming soon, April 1 is the launch date.
Thank you, Chair. Let's move over to climate change. The Resilient Neighborhoods Initiative was launched in 2013 to work directly with floodplain communities to re-examine questions of land use, zoning, and development. These studies were funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Disaster Recovery Block Grants. For fiscal 2023, the Federal Community Development Block Grant funded received by the department decreased by $2.6 million when compared to the fiscal 2022 adopted budget, largely due to the decrease of the $1.7 million in temporary community development disaster recovery funded that had been budgeted for the environmental review work associated with the Resilient Edgemere Community Plan, which is currently at the City Plan Commission stage of the ULURP. Does the administration have any desire to expand the Resilient Neighborhoods Initiative or similar place-based planning initiative focused on resiliency to new neighborhoods?
Thank you very much for that question. A really important question, Mr. Chairman. And as you know, following Hurricane Sandy, this department embarked on a very ambitious resiliency portfolio that looked at specific neighborhoods and citywide coastal flooding issues. We conducted 10 neighborhood studies across all 5 boroughs and completed several topic area studies, including examining the resiliency needs for retail and industrial uses. All of this work fed into what became the citywide zoning text amendment, Zoning for Coastal Flood Resiliency, which was adopted by the City Council in 2021 to make it easier for buildings to meet or exceed flood-resistant construction standards. So these studies, these resilient neighborhood studies, also led to the establishment of special coastal risk districts in select neighborhoods in the city, most likely to be affected by tidal flooding and for which coastal protection is most challenging to limit future increases in residential density. We are working very closely with the Mayor's Office on Climate and Environmental Justice, to your question, for a climate adaptation roadmap, which will allow us to examine a range of climate hazards and adaptation measures citywide. And we expect that this work will identify neighborhoods for additional study, and we're going to continue to work with them, the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, on those plans. So I really appreciate your focusing on this. Is a very important one for us.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask one more question because I see my colleagues do have questions. Regarding access to healthcare. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the inequalities that is revealed, does DCP see a role in land use and zoning for increasing access to primary and hospital healthcare for underserved communities?
The answer is yes. Particularly where the Department of Health is looking for sites for clinics. Our agency could help to identify city sites or other sites that could be reused to accommodate these sorts of city facility needs. Also, in a neighborhood planning process, we might partner with DCAS or the Department of Health to improve public realm improvements, to make public realm improvements and allow for better access to these facilities themselves. Those are the areas in which I think that our agency would most likely be able to assist on access to healthcare for underserved communities.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to my colleagues. Chair Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair Riley, for your questions. I'm going to now open up questions from my colleagues. I'm going to start with Councilmember Majority Leader Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Nice to see you. I guess Chairman Garodnick, I guess, is the
Hello, Mr. Majority Leader. Good to see you.
Yes, that's correct. Nice to see you. Thanks for the testimony, and good to be on this side of asking Mr. Garodnick some questions. But anyway, to the point, a couple items I had questions on. One is, obviously we're talking a lot about my district and the district you know very well, the kind of future here of commercial space and conversions and things like that. I just wanted to get an understanding of where and in terms of the budget too, what might be needed for this, where the agency is in terms of the involvement in that kind of conversation about, like, particularly around Midtown and how to sort of move forward, and also how to, on the question of conversions, and if there is a need for any sort of budgetary items when you're doing that work and looking at that question.
So thank you, and it's good to see you too on this side of things, and thank you for all your incredible work. So the short answer is we are exploring this question presently because as members of the council and members of the public in our agency and others have identified, COVID has changed the way people are living and working, and it has changed the way that we need to think about some of our commercial buildings, not necessarily, change entirely commercial districts, but it does mean that we want to afford a certain level of flexibility for commercial buildings to evolve so that a building owner is not just boxed into one use where another use might allow for more opportunity in a way that's consistent with city goals and priorities. I will note that the city zoning today allows flexibility for the conversion of buildings that were built before 1961 in districts where housing is permitted. So in the last decade, about 8,000 units have been created through residential conversion of office space, including in Midtown and Lower Manhattan. And the state's multiple dwelling law also has some flexible standards for light and air for buildings built before 1977. But we think that we actually, through zoning, could expand to a degree the categories of residential conversions that might be permitted here. More expansion might require state legislation to change the MDL, but some of it we believe that we can do through local zoning changes. And to the point about your district, my former district, East Midtown, there were reports about a desire to change East Midtown. I will just note that we are looking to think about areas, places, rules that limit conversion and that are boxing people in, but it has never been a desire to change full-scale commercial district. I mean, East Midtown is obviously had a very difficult period of time over the last 2 years and continues. It also happens to be the area where you would want commercial office space because it is right next to one of the city's and region's most important transit hubs. So we don't want to be so quick to do things that would change those rules completely. I will also note there was nothing in the East Midtown rezoning which actually prevented the existing opportunities to do residential conversions. So those opportunities existed before and also after the East Midtown rezoning. Your question is a good one about budget. I don't know the answer to that one yet, council member. Let me come back to you on it. But I really appreciate that you flag it. But let me come back to you on that one.
Good. And just to permission, I'm just going to ask one follow-up question, then I have a totally separate question. I'll give them to you both at the same time so that I don't have to keep interrupting. But thank you to the chairs. The second is I just wanted to get a sense of a timeline of when you think the agency might be saying to us at the city council, to the mayor, to anyone else, like, here's what we might need, desire, or here's what the timeline looks like for us to have a plan or some ideas or thoughts for how we might accommodate some changes beyond the ones that you noted, the 71, 73, 61 changes. And then second is totally separate topic, something, last year, both myself and the mayor had talked about some regulations that kind of currently exist for small businesses, notably the nightlife industry in New York City when it comes to sort of these remnants of the cabaret law that still exists in the zoning that prohibit that and could be punitive and certainly could be targeted towards certain establishments. And that is what we call zoning for dancing here at the council, but certainly regulations that still kind of layer on to existing places, notably places nearby Stuyvesant Town. And we had done a letter last year. The mayor agreed to with us that should be repealed or changed. So wanted to get a status update on that. Your thoughts, where we might be on that, and where we're headed.
Yes. Thank you on both. The first one is this is a coming months sort of proposition as it relates to opportunities for conversions for commercial space. This is something which is front on our agenda and something that we are looking at presently, and look forward to working with you to try to get this to a good place. On the point about dancing, I mean, this is the sort of thing that goes into the hopper of the sorts of things that we want to address about changing outdated zoning rules, which are having an effect, which are inconsistent with what anybody really needs or wants. It is thematically similar to conversions of office buildings, which are no longer should be used primarily as office building, or use restrictions, which in some cases, are one thing on one side of the street and another thing on the other side of the street. We need as a city to be a little bit more flexible here. We continue to be in an emergency situation as it relates to coming out of COVID, the need for economic growth and recovery, and we want to make sure that our rules allow for evolution, particularly where they're out of date. So this is also, Councilmember, on our agenda, and we will certainly want to come back to you with some details on this proposal too.
Great, thank you. Thanks to the chairs, and nice to see you, and good luck. I hope everybody's not too mean to you today, but you never know.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next, the next round of questions, we will go to Councilmember Botcher, and then over to Majority Whip Powers, and then Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Botcher.
Time starts now.
Hello, Chair Garodnick. How are you?
Hi there, Councilman. Good to see you.
Likewise. Chair Garodnick, what is the estimated population growth for New York City over the next decade?
Councilman, we're expected in 2030 to grow to 9.1 million, but we're updating those numbers as we get detailed results of the 2020 census, but the short answer is 9.1.
So like another 600,000 residents or so. And how many units of housing do city planners estimate will be needed to keep up with that population growth? Ideally, how many units of new housing would be generated for an additional 600,000 residents?
So I would need to come back to you with more detail, but one of the things that I will note is that we need housing production that not only keeps up with the population growth, but also in other changes in the way housing is presently being used. So we actually have an interactive feature on our website, which shows that like the average number of people per household dipped in the last decade. So that seemingly, so it was a 0.02, dip. Small number, you would think, but that small change means that we need more than 25,000 additional units just to house that same number of people. So, it's not a direct mathematical equation, population X, therefore housing Y. Some of it involves, the changes in the way people are living. And, we do know that, we have added about 20,000 units a year over the last decade. But we need to do more. I mean, we are we have to do more, and we need to sustain higher levels of production here in order to provide housing for everybody who needs it. And we need, this is an all hands on deck situation. We need the council support. We need everyone's support to be able to do this and to keep up. It's really, your question is an excellent one. And it regardless of what the precise dollar or the precise unit number is, the answer is we need to do a lot, and we need to take all the opportunities that we can find.
So will you be coming back to the council with how many units you anticipate will be needed, and also some strategies for addressing the issue, that the density issue, the number of people occupying units that you identified?
I mean, the answer is we will be coming back to you constantly to address this issue. And we hope that we will come back to a welcome audience, because we need to do a lot more. And we think about, I have been around at city planning for a month, and I will say that, we need to find the opportunities that we can take in communities, and we want them to be welcomed when we need to create housing. It frequently is a complicated matter, as you know, councilman, and all the council members here, and certainly I remember it in my days too. It's difficult for communities to say yes to most things, but certainly housing is one of them. And so we are going to need a lot of support from the council to be able to help us accommodate whatever that precise dollar, I keep saying dollar round amount, the precise unit number ends up being, because we have to keep pace, and we have to do a lot more, as you are correctly pointing out here.
What I'd like to do is have a conversation with you and my colleagues about what that number is, try to, if at all possible, come to some kind of collective understanding about what we are going to need to generate, and then work together on some kind of larger plan to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Boucher, for your questions. Next up, we'll have Majority Whip, Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, all. Just a few questions for the Department of City Planning. I do want to piggyback on a point that was raised by Councilmember Chair Riley, in terms of wanting to understand the sightings of healthcare facilities. I represent the 31st Council District, covering parts of Southeast Queens and the Rockaways. And in Far Rockaway in particular, we've seen significant growth and development. And so I want to understand DCP's, I guess, lens that they're looking through as they're shaping these communities, because I've found that we have fallen short of ensuring that we have strong health infrastructure in a lot of these communities that are being developed. I wanted to understand, has the agency committed any funding or otherwise created a plan to expand its staff capacity to analyze issues such as the need for a hospital, such as the local strain on resources like traffic and parking, sewage and water systems? Because while it may be well-intentioned goals of the projects that DCP tries to push forward, I've found like some of these elements have been missing in the conversation in terms of looking at it from a more holistic perspective. I know there's like an Edgemere resiliency project underway, and it's an attempt to try and make the community more resilient. But then on another end of that project, it looks to have R6 for 3 different buildings to bring density right across the train tracks from Auburn East, which is a pretty big development underway, not to mention the downtown Far Rockaway construction happening. You probably can hear it in the background right now. And we have no trauma centers here in Rockaway at all. And so I'm extremely concerned about that. I also want to know how the agency is prioritizing equity in their budget for the next fiscal year, how the agency is allocating resources and balancing development projects to benefit marginalized communities. And then the last question, I know my time is running short, climate change will only increase the frequency of severe weather events like coastal flooding impacting communities. What longer term plans does the agency have to account for those threats? And how is the agency investing to fortify the city's infrastructure in high-risk areas?
All right. Thank you, council member. I wrote them down, so I'm going to get them all. Thank you for the questions. So the first part of your question about healthcare, access to healthcare and facilities, we work with DCAS to find areas and possible opportunities for agencies to locate. So, for example, if there's a private actor, looking for space, we would, work with DCAS to try to help them find something, do public realm improvements to improve access to facilities, and even look to find sites that exist that might be reaccommodated for new uses like healthcare facilities. That is a role that our agency can play. On the subject of equitable development in the budget and helping to invest in historically underserved neighborhoods, I will note that one of the things that we are most excited about at City Planning is the initiative in the budget referred to as seed funding, which is a different way of looking at capital funding than what has historically been done. As you know, historically, agencies have done sort of siloed capital budgeting. The Parks Department goes to OMB, the DEP goes to the budget office for the same, and everybody does their sort of siloed needs. What we are looking to do is to take a more holistic view on capital budgeting in a way that does it with an equity lens, that looks for investments that are not just single agency investments, but that are ones that will have a catalytic impact and really move the needle for neighborhoods that need them, where there's opportunities for growth, where there's opportunities to correct historic disinvestment. And we have high hopes for this mechanism, which the mayor just announced on March 10, as a way to drive outcomes in neighborhoods that need them, and also that are consistent with city policies. So that is something that I would point you to look for, and more to come on that as we develop this program. We also want to make it very clear that you don't need to have a rezoning for there to be investment in the community, right? There's need for investment in communities in all corners of the city, with or without a companion rezoning at the same time. So we are going to start this process up, look for catalytic opportunities, and then also work with neighborhoods and figure out what their needs are, and to think with community boards and other groups about what they want to see, what they need to have in their neighborhoods that will help to guide this fund. Your last question about resiliency, obviously this has been a very important point for the Department of City Planning, particularly post-Sandy, where we embarked on a very ambitious portfolio to look at both specific neighborhoods and also citywide coastal flooding issues. And the end result was not only 10 neighborhood studies, but also a citywide zoning text amendment, zoning for coastal flood resiliency, which was adopted by the City Council in 2021. So this is a really important initiative, and we want to try to find ways that align our zoning rules in a way that respect what we know to be a changing environment, and also, changing those rules which are inhibiting the ability for sustainability at the same time. So zoning for coastal flood resiliency, but also zoning for carbon neutrality. We want to make it easier for people to get those solar panels up on their roofs. We want to make it easier for people to do battery storage. We want to define electric vehicles in the charging stations in the zoning resolution. Right now, all you see is gas stations. So we are thinking about this problem from the perspective of reducing the limitations for sustainability initiatives, while also zoning in a way that protects and ensures resiliency against flooding and the horrible impacts that we have seen. So I did my best to answer all of them. I hope I got them all.
I would like to say that it's refreshing to hear you as chair say that, there's no need to necessarily rezone to get the investment some of these communities need. And I think a lot of times there have been people who believe that in order to get the much needed investments, you have to upzone. And, you have communities like Springfield Gardens in my district who are looking to downzone to keep the neighborhood to where it is and manageable in terms of like the infrastructure and capacity. So I'm happy to hear that. And I just end with saying I would love to have a commitment from you that as we look at these zoning projects and opportunities, especially in Far Rockaway, that we hold the line to make sure we are able to have much needed trauma care developed in the community as well as making sure that the school is developed. Because what I found even in the Auburn East project is that we were told the school was sited, but just like you're building all of these apartments and no one's in them yet, that the people will come. I feel that the same approach needs to happen in terms of the school because I just read an email from a parent today who feels that there's no real choices for her child and she moved to Rockaway. And that's not something we want parents to walk away with. And so for me, with the development, we have to look more holistically, making sure that we're looking at the infrastructure and what the community needs and would like. And one of that in Rockaway in particular is to have a trauma facility there. We're looking for another hospital that has trauma care. And as they're looking at doing a community-wide development like an Edgemere Resiliency, I feel like that has to be centered in that conversation as well as a school.
All right, thank you, Majority Whip, for your questions. My apologies, I have to move on. Next up, we'll have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair Gorodnik. It's very nice to see you. I'm at a Parks Department facility. You know how I am.
I love it.
The first question is, we all want housing, but we want affordable housing, at least in Manhattan. And is there any discussion? I supported MIH when it first was instituted by de Blasio. And I have to say, it's not been a great number in terms of units. And of course, the model is market pays for the affordable, but we don't end up with much affordable. So the question is, it's not an easy one because I know if we change the model, we might end up in a takings issue. So I want to know between you and Jessica Katz, is there something else we can think of to develop more affordable housing? Number one. Number two, we have this endless discussion about lot mergers and air rights and mechanicals. And obviously the issue is air rights. Is there any way we can know if there's a transfer? And same thing with lot mergers, because we've had some bad experiences. I also want to mention that thanks to Councilmember Powers, we were able in one Midtown building to add a space for artists. I'm not talking about a mural, an actual space for, I wanted it to be for the life of the building, but for a number of years. And we do need to think more about the arts and artists, and we don't do that. And I think that the commercial spaces should be a place that should be mandated, that every new building that has, even if it's as of right, it needs to have an art space, but certainly if there is a city input. I'm also interested in, I'm very concerned about NYCHA and open space. I do think it should go through the ULIP process. I didn't know what your position is on that. I'm not interested in destroying the open space in NYCHA, but at the very least, it has to go through a process. And I just want to mention that the Lincoln Square Special District will come to you, and I hope you support it. And of course, we're all concerned about resiliency. So, but my main questions are this affordable housing crisis, which is abating. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Edith also.
Thank you, council member. Good to see you. Let me, your question is an excellent one about the balance of using MIH for affordability. And we know that it may be the most aggressive mandatory program that exists in the country, but also it's, it's a subject of regular conversation in the council and city planning as to whether or not it is sufficient. And, one of the challenges, as you know, council member, that we have here is that we need to hit the right balance on when if we're going to rely in any way on the private sector to do anything. The mandates that we put in place need to be such that allow for the project to actually get built. And so we are eager to have this conversation with you and the council as to whether or not we've got the right balance here. But we also know that if relying on the private sector in these contexts to build our affordable housing, then there is going to be a number. I don't know what that number is. That will be the max on every individual project as to what is actually feasible. But to your point about how to get more and how to do more, yes, we are eager to circle up with Jessica Katz and with the housing team, HPD and others to think about ways that we can expand the universe for us as an opportunity even beyond MIH. And that is an important initiative for us. So we'll look forward to working with you on that. Would like to come back to you on, lot mergers, Lincoln Square, NYCHA. And I will only note that on the subject of artists, I agree with your goal of trying to find space for artists. And I think we should look to create flexibility in a way that allows for artist space. The one caution that I would offer as it relates to mandating the space is that one of the things that we are, some of the council members who've come up before have raised the questions about creating more flexibility in circumstances where things have not worked out as intended. So I only caution that I think you're right to try to find the space, and I think we should look to allow for that use and for more uses and more flexibility in a way that allows New York City to continue to be vibrant, to evolve, and to take the energy that always exists to change. But I think we need to look at that one together. And but I share your goal.
All right, and then
sure.
the last one is dark. One question is dark stores. Are you guys making a decision on my abhorrence of dark stores?
We are working with, as you know, we're working with DOB and City Hall to come up with a recommendation on this one. This should be soon. As you know, it's complicated. The zoning resolution didn't contemplate these sorts of things, so we are working on the right set of factors here that will allow for better definition. But we appreciate very much that you raised the issue, because you're right to raise the issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Now we'll have Councilmember Sanchez.
Time starts now.
Hello. So good to see you, Chair Garadnik. Strange to say still. So I have a slew of questions, so I'm just gonna go right into it, see what we can get. So my question really is around the holistic planning approach and pushes that there were for the city to adopt comprehensive planning and things like that during the last administration, right? We've heard so many criticisms that there is a piecemeal approach to development and capital spending, and that as a result, we as a city have fundamentally failed to plan for our challenges. These include making sure that every single part of the city is contributing to what Councilmember Brewer just mentioned, contributing to constructing new housing, right? Fair share of new facilities, making sure that our transportation network is doing what it needs to do, parking, all of these things, right? And so I want to be clear that in asking my question, I am not at all saying that planning and development is not happening, right, in the city of New York. Of course it is. DCP, HPD, EDC, DOT, so many different agencies are involved in the process, but there is not a central place, right? Even Plan NYC and One NYC are not deep enough to really make sure that agencies, at the agency level, there's directives on the planning and development for the city as a whole. And so here are a couple of different questions, right? Because in my view, right, the DCP has been called the Department of Zoning, you know, and it's so true that your capacity is just eaten up by all of, like, reacting to all of these land use applications all of the time, right? And I want to recognize that, having worked with you all so closely over the past few years at the staff. And so my question is about DCP's vision under the Adams administration. And one, how do you react to previous pushes for comprehensive planning or a comprehensive planning framework for the city of New York? Two, there was in the previous administration commitments through the Neighborhood Development Fund to make sure that when we did do neighborhood rezonings, there were investments planned. So are those still on board? I believe Jerome is behind on certain commitments, and I would really love to have your commitment to, you know, make sure that those projects are fully funded and implemented. But what's the future of the Neighborhood Development Fund? Three, on community planning, you know, bringing it back to the Greater East Midtown rezoning and how great that process was. You know, you had a pre-planning process right before the ULURP on try-to for the rezoning, but it was just such a great example of how you gather stakeholders before you have meaningful engagement, and that feeds into, in a very direct way, future zoning plans. So what is your sense on community planning? And finally, a follow-up on something you said earlier regarding the mayor's blueprint. What is that? What is the seed funding that you were referring to? So I'll stop there, and thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for those questions. So for the benefit of those who don't know, Councilmember Sanchez and I sat in a room together and with Councilmember Brewer, former Borough President Brewer, and many other stakeholders to talk about, and Edith was there, City Planning was there, and MTA was there, and everybody from the Real Estate Board to the Community Board was in this room. And we had a really thoughtful engagement over many, many months about what that plan should look like. And it was, I thought, Councilmember, very productive, and it brought us a really good result. And, you know, that's a great model. It's not going to be able to be employed in every project, although in big projects, if you're talking about like something of the size and scale of one like that, that is a good model. But as you pointed out, most things are not the East Midtown rezoning. They're mostly much smaller. Some of them are one-offs, some of them are this, some of them are that. But I agree with you that having a place for people to talk about their interests as opposed to their positions, and to express their views in a place where it is you know, not you know, where you feel like you can express your views and have an opportunity to be heard. To me, that is mission critical in the way that we as an agency intend to engage with the public and with neighborhoods. The precise format will change from one thing to the next, but that is certainly the guiding principle for me as to how I want to be able to have that level of engagement. So I've answered your last question first, but now on to comprehensive planning. You know, obviously, in a city that's as large and dynamic as New York, so planning is sort of it's a continuous process. We can't just set it and put it aside and forget it, because as we're seeing in the moment that we're in right now, and with questions from some of your colleagues, you know, there's changes that need to happen to the zoning resolution right now because of outdated commercial office stock, or the fact that only gas stations are defined in the zoning resolution as opposed to electric car charging stations, or you know, dancing is out in some places, certain uses are in. So there is an effort underway for us to think about how do we both you know, do thoughtful planning while also retaining a level of flexibility to evolve to changing moments and changing times. A critical part of our work at city planning is to produce, thoughtful analysis and inform public discussions and decision-making, like, for example, the Equitable Development Data Tool, which, as you know, is coming out in a couple of weeks, which we're really excited about, a way to center equity and other key priorities in our decision-making process. And we are really committed to engaging with communities and the public in a variety of ways, from using the EDDT tool to also an improved process of community district needs in the capital budget process, so that we have public guidance on principles for strong and good urban design. Which brings us to the blueprint and the seed funding, which is, this is in formation, right? So the mayor announced it, and the concept here is to do two categories of funding. First is shorter term, a catalytic investment, capital investment in communities where the mayor believes, where we believe, there will be an impact beyond a single agency's capital budget needs. So if you take an example of a neighborhood which needs a variety of different things, and if the city were to just do it, it would have a much broader impact than if you left that alone, or if you didn't do it in a coordinated sort of way across agencies. That's the sort of investment that the city wants to make. But then we're going to have a broader process where we're going to go to different communities, talk about this more holistically, talk about what people need and want, talk about how we can actually have a bigger impact through the capital budget process to address historic underinvestment in certain communities, look at all of this through an equity lens, find ways to promote economic growth with or without a rezoning. So, the point here is NDF was part of the rezoning process. This is not part of the rezoning process. It could be part of the rezoning process. It does not need to be part of the rezoning process. And so what we are doing is we're trying to separate those points somewhat, and to be able to say that we can have growth and we can create economic opportunity, we can improve public realm, we can deliver capital improvements in communities that cross over a variety of agencies, separate and apart from what we are doing in the four square of the zoning resolution. So it's a way. So I think that's the answer to your NDF and your seed question, and it's something that we are really excited to work with you, council member, and certainly your colleagues on this committee and more broadly to activate.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, for your questions. We're going to wrap this up, Chair. But I just have to ask you these questions that I didn't get to ask, and that has to do with neighborhood rezonings. The prior administration, they did quite a few neighborhood rezonings, and as part of the process, there was a policy put in place that when neighborhood rezonings were approved, that capital funding for infrastructure and community investment was attached to it. Question number one, does this new administration, are they planning any new neighborhood rezonings? And if so, will that policy continue?
So the answer to the first is we surely will, although there are none that I'm here to announce today. And two, we believe that capital investment can and should be done separate and apart from rezonings. As I was noting with Councilmember Sanchez, it can partner with rezonings. It would be appropriate for rezoning, but it does not need to be driven by rezoning. And we need to think about our capital budget more holistically across agencies and with an eye toward having a catalytic impact. So you make an investment, but we've identified that this investment is something that's going to prompt growth in a meaningful way, with or without changing to the zoning resolution. So the short answer is we are not yet at a point where we're proposing any neighborhood rezonings. As you know, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple that have been suggested to us from council members. We certainly are open to those. We look forward to continuing that conversation with you and others.
In terms of the rezonings, it's part of the process for a rezoning or a ULURP application. Many times they have to go through an EIS, environmental impact study, and the seeker is attached to it. In the past, I've had hearings with your general counsel, Susan Amron, regarding going back after a few years that a rezoning has been approved to see if what they anticipated, the anticipation of what communities or what impact that rezoning had on that immediate community. If they will go back, 2 to 5 years to see if they were on cue or what changes there were. And her response, which was a little frustrating, was that city planning is a forward-thinking agency. Therefore, they don't go back and check. Is that policy going to change?
So let me first say that, and she is also on this call, so she can speak for herself. But I think that I can handle this one. Mr. Chairman, we certainly understand what you are after, and we actually agree with the notion that that we should look back and think about impacts. So, for example, when it comes to housing production, both inside and outside of rezoning areas, monitoring how long it takes for projects to go from planning to occupancy. We are looking at those elements and thinking about how successful they were in the context of rezonings. Environmental carries some challenges because it's hard to know exactly the causality. It's hard to know exactly what was the cause of the things that may or may not have happened. But it's certainly something which, as a result of the new local law 162, that we are excited to take a look at more formally as to, for covered projects going back 14 years, looking at the impacts of housing, changes in population, housing prices, rents, incomes, units created. We are eager to do that sort of a look back, and we look forward to partnering with you to make sure that that we are giving you and the council what you need to be able to make thoughtful determinations on whether we have succeeded in our joint projects that we are undertaking.
So, Mr. Chair, my question again, is city planning going to change that policy and go back and review the rezonings, or that's not something that it's on the table?
Well, we review the rezonings in that we look and see what the impacts have been. We do that. But I think you're asking a more specific question that I want to make sure that I'm giving you the correct answer. When it comes to the EIS, and the various things that are studied in EIS. If you go back in 10 years and you look at what the actual impacts or what the changes in traffic may have been, or what the air quality is, or what the school population is, it may or may not be connected to the thing that actually was done. So we just want to caution, we would be very happy to have a more complete conversation with you about how we might be able to do this in a way that's even more thoughtful. If you want us to go beyond what local law 162 does and you want us to do more, we're open to it. But I do caution that there are some limits to what we can do in a way that actually gets us the answers to the ones that I think you're looking for, which is why I'm answering it the way that I'm answering it. So we would be very happy to continue that conversation and think about ways to do that better. But I think it's probably a longer conversation.
All right. And then lastly, in the last administration, I had conversations with then the deputy mayor about certain neighborhoods in communities such as mine or in other community or council districts where we have privately owned homes, 2- or 3-story homes, blocks of them, but they're zoned for an R7. And there has been instances where there may be a gap between each homes. There's a little lot there, and a developer will come and purchase that lot and build a 6-7-story building and just kill the character of that neighborhood. I asked back a few years back, I asked about maybe downzoning areas to keep the character of the neighborhood, especially communities such as mine, who has lots of density, but I have certain blocks that are 2 and 3 family homes, and we want to keep them that way. And I was told that the city, well, that administration at the time was not in the business of downzoning. Is this administration up? Are they would accept or review areas that we would like downzone to keep the character of the neighborhood intact, especially communities that have high density?
So the short answer to your question is that we want to be in the business of thoughtful zoning here. We want to be able to, as so many of your colleagues have noted through this hearing, we have a housing crisis. We need to build more housing. We're not the builders. We need to allow for the opportunity for housing to be built in the city. And there are protections that can be afforded to certain areas, either through Landmarks Commission or other rules in neighborhood plans that have upzonings associated. There's a lot of ways that these things can be accomplished. The one thing I would flag for you is that if the city is going to be the applicant, if the city is going to put forth the plan or the goal or the outcome, it's too harsh to say to the quote that you gave, what the deputy mayor said in the last administration, whoever that was. But we do have a high level of need to create housing. So we need to spend the resources that we have in the agency on the things which we believe will further that policy goal. That does not mean to say that cannot include some protections in some neighborhoods in a thoughtful way, but we do need to make decisions, and you can certainly help us with this as we make resource allocations as to how to get it all done. So we want to be thoughtful. We've already seen plans coming from neighborhoods that include limited protections while also including upzonings on wide avenues and things like that. Those are things that we certainly would be willing to have a conversation with you and others about.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, thank you for your time today. And I guess we have lots of follow-ups. But I really want to thank you for your time and answering our questions.
Thank you. I appreciate
your staff as well. With that, Sergeant at Arms will take a 1-minute recess, and we will continue on after that with Do It.
All right, for our recess, I'm going to be sound checking members of Do It. So I'm going to begin with Commissioner Frazier. Once I send a unmute request, if you could please accept it. Commissioner Frazier?
Yes, sir.
All right, hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right.
Our committee counsel, Irene, you want to do a sound check?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Chair Gutierrez, I'm going to unmute you for a sound check.
Hello, hello.
Hello. All right. You should be co-hosted soon. You'll be able to mute and unmute yourself as you choose. Next up, I'm going to sound check Deputy Commissioner Antonelli. Well, I'm not seeing on this call yet. COO McGrath, I'm going to unmute you.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. And General Counsel Richard. General Counsel Richard, if you could please give me a sound check.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
Is our Deputy Commissioner with us, or?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yep, no problem.
All right, Sergeant at Arms, are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin.
Thank you. All right, so we'll begin now. At this time, we will take up the hearing for Do It, and I'll turn it over to the chair, Chair Gutierrez, who's the chair of the Committee on Technology for the council. Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. Good afternoon. I'm going to just start with some remarks, and then I'm going to pass it over to our moderator, Irene. Is that, yes? Okay, great, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing for the Department of Technology and Telecommunications, known as Do It. My name is Jennifer Gutierrez and I am the chair of the Committee on Technology. Today's hearing is joint with the Committee on Land Use. And I would like to thank my colleague, Councilmember Salamanca, chair of the Committee on Land Use, for co-chairing today's hearing with me. The FY 2023 preliminary budget for the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications totals $707 million, which includes nearly $173 million in personal services funding to support 1,729 full-time positions. The budget also includes nearly $534 million in other than personal services, of which $284 million is allocated to contractual services. In the preliminary plan, Do It's fiscal 2022 budget of $969 million is $222 million more than its FY 2022 adopted budget. A significant increase in funding between years is driven by the recognition of additional non-city funding in the current fiscal year, a large portion of which is related to COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. At today's hearing, we hope to examine many components of the department's budget, including the department's savings program, miscellaneous revenue, and capital projects. We would also like to hear about the department's vacancy reductions and the impact it may have on Do It's overall operations, and get status update on the broadband expansion project and the rollout of 5G. In addition, we would like for Do It to give a status update on the next generation 911 system. And last, we would like to hear on how the city plans to recoup payments due related to the franchise agreement to operate the Link NYC kiosks. We look forward to working with you to ensure the city investments in technology provide long-term benefits to New York City residents. I would like to now welcome Do It's Commissioner Matt Frazier and his team. After the testimony, council members will have the opportunity to follow up with questions for the commissioner. And before I pass it off, I just want to thank the hardworking committee staff and my staff for putting this hearing together. I want to shout out Florentine, John, Irene, Charles, my staff, Anna and Christina. And I just want to acknowledge my colleagues that are present today. We are joined by Council Members Holden, Council Member Riley, Council Member Eric Botcher, of course, our Land Use Chair Salamanca, Council Member Brewer, Council Member Sanchez. I believe that's everybody. Yes, I think that's everybody. Okay, and then I'm just gonna pass it over to Committee Counsel Irene Biofsky to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair Gutierrez, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irene Biofsky. I'm the Counsel to the Committee on Technology, and I will be moderating this portion of the hearing today. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you're called on to testify. During the hearing, I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. We'll first be hearing testimony from the administration, followed by testimonies from members of the public. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions of the administration or a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes. We will next call representative of the administration to testify. We will be hearing testimony from Matt Frazier, Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation, also known as Department of Information, Technology and Communication. Additionally, Deputy Commissioner Joseph Antonelli, Chief Operating Officer Mike McGrath, and General Counsel Tinia Richardson also will be available to answer any questions. At this time, I will administer the affirmation to each representative of the administration. I will call on each of you individually for a response. So please raise your right hands. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Commissioner Frazier?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Antonelli?
I do.
Chief Operating Officer McGrath?
I do.
General Counsel Richards?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier, you might begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Salamanca and Gutierrez and the members of the City Council's committees on land use and technology. My name is Matthew Frazier. I'm the city's Chief Technology Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Office of Tech and Innovation's fiscal 23 preliminary budget. With me is Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget. Also with me is Tanya Richards, our General Counsel, and Mike McGrath, of the Office of Tech and Innovation's Chief Operating Officer. I look forward to working with all of you in my new role, and I'm pleased to take you through my upcoming priorities as the administration's technology lead. As you know, when Mayor Adams appointed me as the city's Chief Technology Officer, he charged me with an important task: to consolidate all the different technology offices that were created under prior administrations and largely work independently of one another. The legacy offices now report up to me, and they are as follows: the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications, the Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer, the Mayor's Office of Information Privacy, the Mayor's Office of Data and Analytics, New York City Cyber Command, and the 311 Customer Service Center. Technology underpins everything the city does, from policing to benefit screening. And it's impossible to harness the full potential of our city's technology workforce if we do not eliminate the silos we've been working under for so long. With the combined power of our collective abilities, we will be agile, efficient, and laser focused on revolutionizing technology and government with an aim at increasing the quality of service for all New Yorkers. We are much better equipped to get stuff done when we share expertise, collaborate, and cooperate with one common purpose. And that's what I've been focused on since January 1st. Streamlining every facet of the city's technology management into a single cohesive work stream under the Office of Technology and Innovation. Cybersecurity is a critical function that requires collaboration across areas of expertise and levels of government. Now more than ever, cybersecurity is a top priority of the Adams administration. Last month, the mayor signed Executive Order 10, formalizing New York City Cyber Command's role under my direction, and putting in place a structure that requires each agency to designate a Cyber Command liaison who will work with the Office of Tech and Innovation to share information, monitor threats, and adopt best practices around cybersecurity. We are only as strong as our weakest link, so cybersecurity awareness across all city agencies is extremely important. Our collaborative work extends beyond our own agencies. I'm proud of the partnership that we formed with Governor Hochul and other cities across New York State to headquarters a Joint Security Operations Center and OTI's office in downtown Brooklyn to bolster our ability to combat cybersecurity threats and attacks statewide. The JSOC represents cybersecurity expertise and streamlines threat intelligence and responses in the event of a cyber attack by housing New York City Cyber Command, federal and state law enforcement entities, and representatives from local and county governments in the same space. Broadband is another priority area that we will undoubtedly benefit from a collaborative environment. The pandemic has showed us that broadband is an essential utility, and New Yorkers expect the city to act quickly to close the digital divide. Bringing together the city's franchise authority and aligning it with the mission to support universal broadband will allow us to explore options to fast-track digital equity goals. That's why we're in the process of negotiating a bulk purchase of broadband for residents and public housing. We will continue to move the ball forward on bringing in more internet service providers to bring New Yorkers affordable and reliable service but we'll also want to focus on short-term solutions that address this urgent need. One program that is connecting New Yorkers to broadband today is Link New York City, which has delivered over 10.5 million subscribers with free Wi-Fi across the boroughs. After restructuring the program and getting approval on a new design last year, Link NYC the Link NYC deployment is back on track. I'm proud to report that the installations have restarted in neighborhoods that had been previously neglected, plugging council members, community boards, and borough presidents as we propose sites on a rolling basis. Within the next few months, we plan to install the first Link 5G kiosks, which will provide all the services you've come to expect from Link NYC: free calling, Wi-Fi, device charging, access to 911, with the added benefit of housing 5G infrastructure that will enhance mobile networks. While we provide options for New Yorkers to access broadband, we also want our constituents to have a simple, seamless interaction with city agencies when they request services online. As you may be aware, Mayor Adams has championed the idea to create a My City app, a single portal for all city services and benefits. While I'm in the beginning stages of getting my arms around all the different systems and agencies that interact with the public, I want to ensure the committees that we are creating a simple, more seamless experience for New Yorkers, and that's at the top of our mind. I will also look to keep the committees apprised of our progress as the work evolves. Finally, I'd like to provide a brief summary of OTI's budget. OTI's fiscal 23 budget includes operating expenses of approximately $707 million, allocating $173 million in personnel services to support the 1,729 full-time positions, and $533 million for other personnel services. Intercity funds transferred from other agencies account for $144 million, or about 20% of our total budget allocation. Telecommunications costs represent the largest portion of the intercity expense, projected at $132 million for fiscal year 22. For fiscal year 22, the preliminary budget was increased by $37 million, which is largely attributed to federal funding that OTI has received for COVID-related costs. For fiscal year 23, the preliminary budget was decreased by $10.9 million, which is largely attributed to savings such as vacancy reduction and decommissioning of the Nice Wind network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I will now take council member questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now turn over to Chair Salamanca for questions. Panelists, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. Thank you. Chair Salamanca.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for your opening remarks. Commissioner, I want to start with the City Bridge, the Link NYC. City Bridge, the entity responsible for the maintenance and operation of Link NYC kiosks, owes to the city payments due related to the franchise agreements to operate the Link NYC kiosks. Last year, Commissioner Jessica Tisch assured the committee that Do It was taking necessary actions to collect the money. What actions has the city, first, how much do they owe City Bridge? How much do they currently owe the city of New York?
As it currently stands under the renegotiated terms of the deal, City Bridge they aren't outstanding any payments at the moment, and they're up to date with any monies that they owe to the city. But indeed, for some specific details on the specific numbers, Joe Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner for Management of Budget, can provide more insights.
Sure. To date, City Bridge owes the city approximately $60 million under the agreement. City Bridge made their first down payment of $25 million in the last fiscal year, and they are required to pay us $1.5 million a year as a part of that repayment, and they're currently up to date as it was negotiated.
All right, I am not getting it. So they owed 60 million, made a down payment of 25 million, right?
Yes.
And so you renegotiated what? You renegotiated the difference there?
So correct. So
60 minus 25 is 58. I'm sorry, let me go back.
35.
60 minus 25 is $35 million.
Correct.
So where's that 35 million?
So the 35 million, so this year they were required to make a $1.5 million payment. as a part of that $35 million, and it's negotiated over the lifetime of the agreement for them to repay the $35 million.
So that's $33.5 million that they owe us.
Correct.
And so how much revenue are we anticipated to collect from them yearly?
Approximately $4.5 million is the minimum we anticipate receiving from them.
So yearly, we're going to get 4.5 million in revenue, plus 1.5 million from the 35 million that they owe us from the 60 million.
The 4.5 was inclusive of the 1.5. So 3 million is the minimum revenue. And then I was including the 1.5 million repayment. So 3 million is just the base revenue plus the repayment towards the 60 million.
Okay. And when so that $35 million that they owe us, when's the deadline? When do they have, when will we be paid in full?
I'd have to get you that date, but it was over the lifetime of the agreement, but I'll get you that date.
Okay, I'm gonna go on to my next question, but I would really like to see if you can get me that answer while we're still having this hearing. That's important here. There have been recent reports that Do It is moving to revoke the Link NYC franchise. What is the basis for the revocation, and what is the status of those plans?
So as it stands for the moment, anything relating to any of the contracts associated with Link itself, I'll pass to our General Counsel, Tanya Richards, who can provide insight.
Chair?
Yes.
Did I understand you correctly to say we were looking to revoke?
Yeah, my line of question here, there have been recent reports that Do It is moving to revoke the Link NYC franchise. If so, what is the basis for the revocation, and what's the status of the plans?
That is not familiar to me at all, Chair.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say it, I don't know.
And just let me emphasize that there are no active conversations or no intent at the moment to pursue the revocation of that franchise. So, and as counsel pointed out, there's nothing from a contracts perspective that we're working on to that end.
No worries. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the cable television franchise agreement, if possible. The cable television franchise agreement for the city expired several years ago, and all the franchises have been operating on a holdover basis. Why hasn't Do It submitted a new authorizing resolution for the council to consider? And when do you anticipate that Do It will do so?
So at this moment, as part of the administration finding its legs, we are currently evaluating all of our outstanding franchises, and we're looking at how we can move these things forward. It's the administration's intent to get these things reestablished under new terms. And our timeline behind that is a little bit nebulous until we wrap our arms around the entire population and negotiate what the new terms would look like. So we would be happy to follow up with council as the work progresses within the next couple of months. But at the stands right now, we don't have a firm timeline on that front as we are now wrapping our arms around it.
Okay. All right. And then the deputy commissioner, were you able to get me an answer?
Yes, I do have that now. So 2030 is when the contract year, the final year of the contract, that's when it will be fully paid up. And there's a repayment term that basically each year the amount City Bridge pays us increases. So I had cited the 1.5 million for the current year. The next year will be 2.1 million, then 2.5, 3, 3.3, 4.5, 5, 5.6, and 7.5, and then that's how you get to the total amount. So there is a large payment in the final year, but it adds up to the full 60.
Was there a reason why they were delinquent in their payments to the city?
So in terms of the historic look backs on what created that situation, again, as the agency or as the new administration finds its legs, we're currently in the process of looking at that. And the key here is that Link NYC is just one example of a longstanding city contract. We want to make sure that we don't make that same misstep across the spectrum in other areas. So as we continue to unpack that, any lessons learned that we found or that we uncover, we will share accordingly. but that work is currently being undertaken to assess that.
All right. All right. And then my final line of questioning here, in 2020, this council approved an authorizing resolution to do it the authority to grant new broadband internet franchises. Since the approval of that authorizing resolution, many new franchises have been granted. How many of those franchises are offering residential broadband internet services?
For the specifics, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So for the specifics around those services and those franchises, our counsel, Tanya Richards, and our Chief Operating Officer, Mike McGrath, can give us more details on that front. But again, one of the things that I just want to layer on, since this question was posed, in terms of what we're going to do around the New York City market and what we're going to do around broadband, in order to ensure that we have a market that's sustainable, that has low-cost options, carrier diversity is one of the things that will bring that to the market. So we're committed to ensure that we continue to add that. So Tanya, Mike, would you like to pick this up?
Okay. Yes, I'd like to. The information services franchises, we went to the FCRC and obtained approval for 10 new franchises in last year. And we have completed 5 of those agreements. And we have 5 more to complete. The authorizing resolution remains open. And so there is still time for additional interested parties to apply for a franchise.
When will New Yorkers have an opportunity to pick anyone other than Optimum, Verizon? I forget who the other one is. When are New Yorkers going to have an option other than those 3?
So the 3 that you're referring to now, those are the cable franchises. So that's Altice, Charter Communication, Verizon.
Yes.
Beyond the cable franchises, we have on the info services franchises for broadband, there are options that extend beyond that. A good example of that is within 18 NYCHA buildings, right? Of those 5 providers that we've brought in, we've got a number of them that are present that are actively delivering services today. And beyond those, you have other companies that are on the info services franchise, like Crown Castle, and a number of others that offer those sort of services at residential levels today. So,
but where are they offering services? I'm unaware of anyone offering services other than the 3 in my community.
So what we'd be happy to do is provide a franchise map to show you where broadband services are available and do a deep dive, and so we can take a look at that. One of the key things that we want to focus on, in addition to diversifying the market, is how do we fix the problems that exist today? Market diversity, new providers are things that take time. Every day we don't do something, there's another person that's in the community, whether it's someone that's in school or someone that needs services to remain competitive in the workforce that doesn't have something that they need. So in addition to looking at diversifying the market, we are currently looking at how do we plug that gap as quickly as possible, which is some of the programs that we're launching now.
Is it possible that Chair Gutierrez and myself and other members in the committee, or the council as a whole, that you can send us the broadband map that you spoke about before the end of the day today?
So I will not commit before the end of the day today, but what I'd say is hopefully before the end of the week we can produce it. But what it will be is a broadband provider zone, so you can see what broadband providers are available within what zones in the city. And
all right, I look forward. I extremely, because I was extremely excited. This text amendment that we approved, actually, I was the prime sponsor, and I promised my constituents that we were going to get different options other than the 3 that's currently there. So I look forward to that. Now my final question is, I just don't understand this. I don't think that the last administration understood why this was occurring, and hopefully this new administration will relook at this. The Mayor's Office for Media and Entertainment, why are they under your jurisdiction?
So jurisdiction is a very interesting term. The decisions of the last administration, as this new administration finds its legs, again, this is one of the things that we're looking at. And one of the things that we're looking at as a whole to see how this moves forward. I would defer any questions around the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment to the commissioner of that entity. As for anything that falls within my explicit purview or under the Office of Tech and Innovation, I'm happy to answer. But the city hall as a whole, and
But Commissioner, they fall under your budget.
they fall under budget and authority are not necessarily the same thing, right? So under
But you have oversight over the do it budget, correct? So if you have oversight, I'm trying to understand why the Mayor's Office of Media Entertainment is under the do it budget and they're not their own entity, have their own budget, not under do it's budget.
Yep. So that placement and that association is a relic of time. And whether that persists or moves forward is something that the administration will determine as it moves forward. At this moment, beyond telling you that we're looking into it, there are no other tangible answers that I can give you on that front until we get a chance to unpack that and any other oddities that exist. Again, the Adams administration is committed to providing transparency and aligning things in the ways that make sense. As you can see from the consolidation of all the tech entities that were once disparate into a single thing, it's evidence that we are moving in that direction. And we're hopeful that as we move forward, other things that are out of line, we can bring back into line.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I will now hand it over to Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. I appreciate all of your questions and advocacy. So I'm going to shift and once again, just thank everyone for joining today's hearing and everyone that stuck around from land use to our first hearing. Congratulations, Mr. Frazier, on your appointment as New York City Chief Technology Officer and Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation. As you mentioned in your opening statement earlier this year, Mayor Eric Adams signed the executive order to consolidate various technology services into a new Office of Technology and Innovation led by the Chief Technology Officer. At your appointment, you said, quote, streamlining technology systems will make city government more efficient and responsive to the needs of both the city and the 8 million plus New Yorkers who call our city our home. My first question is, how do you plan to implement this vision? How are the agencies talking to one another, right, so that they're not in silos? And how is this consolidation bringing about more efficiency and modern practices?
Thank you very much for the question. So when we approach the Office of Tech and Innovation and this specific role, one of the things that we wanted to do was take a hard look at the city as a whole and all the services that we provide and hold ourselves accountable for the areas where we were underperforming and areas where we were performing, but we could do better, right? And in doing that, from a leadership perspective, everything starts from the top. And the mayor has a commitment to the people of the city, and the platform that he ran on was getting things done. And that's the mantra that we all live by. So in terms of alignment between agencies, once a week, the deputy mayors and the deputy mayor and the chiefs, the various chiefs, the chief technology officer, chief efficiency officer, and chief housing officer, we all meet as senior leadership within the city, and we drive the city's priorities, the mayor's priorities forward. The varying agencies fall under one of the 8 people represented at this level, and we work collaboratively towards the mayor's vision. So at the end of the day, the concept of an agency being a silo or being an entity that had the ability to defer and sort of determine destiny for services that impacted a resident, at the highest levels of leadership in the city, we are taking the approach of this is one city, it's one mayor, and this administration will act in that fashion. So to that end, the deputy mayors and the chiefs are all aligned in executing that vision. So the things that you're used to seeing in government in terms of the silos between agencies, communication chasms and gaps, and the decisions that had to be negotiated are things that, if we're all aligned, then we will execute seamlessly. But hopefully that answers the question, and I'd be glad to provide any other information on the first part. To the second part, and what we plan to do is there are lots of services that we could rationalize. And when you look at the average person's interaction between agencies in the city, what we what we acknowledge as an administration is that across the spectrum, the person that comes into the city to build a house or to open a restaurant, they don't want to understand the differences, or don't need to know the differences between the Department of Buildings, the fire department, or DEP, where each one of those entities may be important in the certificate of occupancy issuance process. We as a city have to figure out a way where we streamline those services between those entities, so those interactions happens in one place and it can cascade between them, but a lot simpler. So that's a lot of the emphasis behind the My City portal, streamlining access, not just to city services, but also city benefits.
Thank you. I do have some follow-up questions on the My City app, so I'll just make a note of that. I do really appreciate that you emphasized accountability. I think that is a practice that not just constituents to members should have, but I think it's a relationship that New Yorkers to our agencies also should expect. And I look forward to working with you on kind of building out what accountability looks like as the consolidation continues to roll out. Do you see a space for, I think, so what we saw throughout this pandemic was obviously the dependency on the internet and on apps, and kind of understanding, I think, or revisioning what service looks like for New Yorkers. Do you see a space for service design capacity to support this agency, other agency services, and to better serve New Yorkers?
Definitely. So one of the things that you touched on as we moved into this question was accountability. And from a service design perspective and looking at how we can rationalize, it's a core component of how we operate. So I think that there's at many times people confluent the use of technology, thinking that technology is an entity that serves itself, but technology in all facets is something that's meant to enable business outcomes. So for us, when we talk about accountability, what that looks like isn't measured by whether a technology program gets executed or not. It's the time in which we take to do that and what it means to the people that are dependent on the service that we're updating. So when you look at things like office services that schools offer, or we look at services that come out of other entities from a social services perspective, or we look at development services, those things have tangible impacts that leads to jobs, that leads to public safety, that leads to homelessness. And until we start to do a better alignment between what that tangible outcome is and the impact that the technology has to that, from a mission perspective, we will continue to miss the mark. And that's what this office is driving, and that's what the mayor is driving. Getting stuff done, but ensuring that as we get it done, we push the thing that helps the person that's doing the worst in the city forward.
Thank you. And I hope you will also be open to incorporating getting stuff done collaboratively, because I think that is also equally important.
No, so I was just going to say, I love that. Collaboratively is the key. The mayor of the city was appointed by the people of the city. I'm appointed by the mayor. Anyone that serves in this organization that's appointed by me, we have one fundamental responsibility, and that's doing what's in the best interest of the people, which is our common mission. So anything that we can do together to drive that forward, you've got a willing and able partner.
Absolutely. Thank you. I have a couple more questions, and then I'm going to hand it off to our moderator for some of the council members' questions. Can you highlight some of DeWitt's budget priorities for this fiscal year?
So as it stands, the priorities that we have are focused around, as we put it earlier on, doing the thing that moves the needle forward for most people. So we have a number of activities that are around stabilizing services that we already offer, but then also repurposing and looking at how we can leverage funds to cover the gap around things like the digital divide. But for specific budget level details, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Joseph Antonelli, can illuminate some of the key areas where we have spending.
Sure. So obviously, over the past couple of years, the response to the COVID-19 pandemic has been very significant. We've received a good amount of federal funding for those efforts as it relates to 311 and other response to the pandemic. On the capital side, we've certainly spent a large amount of money on an overall IT modernization plan and have several projects that are underway on that front. That's kind of the big picture of what our priorities have been and what's currently in the budget.
So can you highlight any of the capital priorities?
Sure. So on the capital budget, we do have, just give me 1 second, sorry.
So while Joe looks at that, just high level, one of the things that we're really focused on from a technology perspective, from a capital end, is stabilizing infrastructure that exists. So over the last decade or so, the city has amassed a large technology ecosystem. A lot of the assets that support that are outdated. As we've seen what happened, in Atlanta, we saw what happened with the Colonial Pipeline. We've seen what's happened in the international space and with the tensions escalating between Russia and Ukraine every day. From a cyber perspective, we have to get our resources and a lot of the underlying technologies aligned. So we have a significant amount of our budget that's focused on providing just the bare essentials, right? All the legacy infrastructure that's aged out well beyond its useful life, getting those out, replacing them, bringing in modern tech that aligns to what the go-forward mission will be. And in addition to that, from a cyber perspective, shoring up and ensuring that we're taking proactive looks at how the city's not capable of protecting its most critical assets, and the areas where we find gaps, having professional services that are capable to help us supplement that. And in addition to that, when we look at OTI's budget as a whole, and we look at the city's tech spend as a whole, one of the things that I mentioned is in the old operating condition, these things were silos. OTI's budget and the agencies themselves, we collectively have to look at how we use the overall city's tech spend towards furthering that basic mission. I'm sorry, Joe?
Yeah. So, I mean, some of the large chunks in the capital budget of projects, they really go along the theme of what the Chief Technology Officer was talking about in terms of really just upgrading a lot of legacy platforms and infrastructure. Outlined in the budget, we have one large project, foundational infrastructure, which really is along that line. Also, upgrades to our data sharing platform on the applications end. We also had in the budget for this fiscal year, the purchasing of Microsoft licenses was a significant amount of money. The 311 application, the actual application itself required a modernization of the platform. That was a large upgrade as well. Upgrading the city's CityNet.
Joe, just 2 seconds. So what Joe's talking about, or what he's naming, is like the name of the priorities. And then I think for you, tangibly drawing a line between when you say data sharing, what does that actually mean might be a little nebulous. So I just wanted to provide some quick insights. When we talk about data sharing, when someone interacts with the city and we talk about creating a process where those interactions are more seamless, we have to start with a common understanding of what a couple of key things are. What is a person, and what does that person look like between agencies? What is a building? What does that look like between agencies? What is a business, and what does that look like between agencies? And part of the data sharing platform of what we're bringing in right now creates that normalized understanding. So when someone appears before a single agency, that interaction is contextualized between what those interactions looks like across other agencies. So if you had to provide information before, we want to get to a space where you don't have to provide the same set of documents over and over and over when you're preparing before one city, right? It's sort of an odd thing to expect folks that already have limited access to technology in some cases to continuously provide the same levels of information. In some cases, expect them to do that digitally when they may not have access to the things that they need. So this is not, again, as we look at the priorities here, as Joe's pointing out, each one of these things are foundational steps in the step forward. 311 is a system that was commissioned almost 2 decades ago. And the last major upgrade that it had in the tech stack underneath it was almost that long ago. So what we brought forward now and what's in the budget is establishing a new baseline, which will hopefully operate for the next decade for 311. So again, the budget right now is focused on establishing baseline services while we work with the other agencies within the portfolio to push the business priorities forward, led by the business owners of those priorities.
Thank you. It was helpful, Joseph. I wrote some of these priorities down, so I appreciate that. And Commissioner, you may have already, I think you kind of answered this in a large picture, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. Are there any new initiatives that you plan to implement to improve the operations for the department?
So in terms of new initiatives, what we're looking at now is areas where we had complementary work going on, but that work may have been done inefficiently because of the silos that may have existed. So some of the things that we're looking at are things like broadband, right? When we look at broadband and its impact on the community, your ability to sort of assess what that means, it's really dependent on the lens that you look at it. With the last 2 years of kids being sent home due to COVID, and being in some cases being sent home to a place where they have had limited access to internet, then missing the mark and sending them out with mobile devices and hotspots that went into pre-war buildings where they had limited signal penetration. It's one of those things that surfaced the issue that broadband is as important as a utility. And it's not something that surfaced because there weren't people committed to trying and figuring it out, but some of the conditions, until you work through it, you don't see those things. So one of the things that this administration is committed to is bringing broadband to those people within the community that need it, right? That have been underserved by traditional means. What we're also looking at is from a cyber perspective. Security, safety, it's like I can't give you any statistic that tells you how safe you are, but safety is more of a feeling. And the moment that we have a compromise, that feeling of safety is fleeting very quickly. So we want to ensure that from a security perspective, all of the services that the city is dependent on, or the resources in the city are dependent on, are stable, they're available, and when they provide information to government, that information is protected like it is our own. So for us, there's a number of cyber priorities that will be focused on taking proactive looks at the city's most critical sets of infrastructure. In addition to those two, which I consider very basic, right? We are going to look at consolidating city services and consolidating infrastructure where it makes sense. These individual silos where we, in some cases, bifurcate the city spend, or we make investments that bifurcate the city's tech workforce. We're trying to wrap our arms around that to make sure that the decisions that we make in every dollar that we spend goes towards a common cause, a common platform, a common set of tools, so that when we look at the out years and we're looking at the existing budgetary conditions that we're projecting with an ongoing deficit until things normalize, right? That we can make sure that the spend that we have actually goes further towards the thing that helps the person, right? Agencies aren't entities that serve themselves. We are all focused on serving the people. And at the highest levels of leadership, from the deputy mayors to the chiefs to the mayors, we're all focused on the same thing, which is improving the quality of life for those that live and those that commute into the city.
Thank you. I have one more question before handing it off to our moderator. You did touch a little bit on the My City app. I think it's a concept that in the spirit of consolidating all of the city's technology agencies, I think most New Yorkers would appreciate kind of a one-stop shop in this nature. So what can you tell us about the My City app? How is it being designed? Who are the players that are kind of designing this app? And do you have a timeline?
Yeah. So the first phase of the administration has been focused on establishing baseline. So selling out the organization, getting that settled, and then taking a hard look at the services that we actually provide. In terms of application development efforts and what's being done right now to build the app, we're currently in the requirements gathering phase. It's a process much like human development: crawl, walk, run, jump. In this sort of effort, we're almost like babies, dragging ourselves on the floor, trying to get upright, right? So that we can walk and waddle. So as we do this, we're taking a look at each one of the city services, and we're going to coalesce the work around specific lanes of service. So the first lane that we're looking at is things that fall in the human services benefit fulfillment space: food benefits, childcare benefits, housing benefits. How are those things coordinated? What levels of information do you need to provide? Where do you go to get all those things? How can we simplify the eligibility confirmation part of this? And that's the first place that we want to move forward. So before we can get into like innovative things where we can look at broader stroke stuff like development businesses, we want to make sure from a human perspective, we're enabling the people in the city that need the resources the most with access to that as quickly as possible. So that's currently where we are. As we get through the business requirements phase, then we're going to look at and look at identifying the technology and the partners that are best to help us build this out. But we want to be in a situation where it's like that old saying, measure twice, cut once. We can't afford to emerge in the market with something that consolidates these services, but it makes the experience worse. Because what's worse than what they currently have is breaking access to anything that they can currently get seamlessly. So at this point, as part of that assessment phase, we're currently trying to get our arms around what's going to be in that first wave in that benefit fulfillment phase. And then from there, we're going to branch out into other areas of the spectrum. Development methodology for this is going to be agile. So we're going to look to deliver this in iterations. And as we get it out, we're going to work with the public to collect feedback to make sure that we're hitting the mark in the right place. We started this around accountability. We as government, right, or we as this administration understand that we are not, in many cases, we are not the best when it comes to certain stuff. And from a communications perspective, we want to make sure that we become the best at community engagement and pulling that feedback in. It's something that the mayor started when he was in Borough Hall, and it's something that he's going to continue as he moves in and he continues to operate the broader lens of the city. That's our commitment.
I appreciate that. Obviously, coming from organizing, I appreciate the community component, and all the, I think, the earnest attempts for public engagement, and I'd love to work with you all on that. I am going to pass it off to our moderator now, and I do just want to mention that I want to do it will ask some more follow-up questions on the broadband piece later on. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will now call on council members to ask their questions in order they have raised the Zoom raise hand function. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. The sergeant at arm will keep the timer and will let you know when your time is up. First, we'll hear from Councilmember Rayleigh, followed by Councilmember Bouchard, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, chairs. Great to meet you, Commissioner Frazier. Just a few quick questions. Is there a cell phone data plan required to access the free Wi-Fi provided by the new Link 5G towers?
For the specifications around connectivity and the operations of Link, our Chief Operating Officer, Mike McGrath, is best positioned to answer. Mike?
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Riley. That answer is a simple one. The answer is no. Wi-Fi is enabled through the device and connects to the tower, much like it would to the kiosk today.
Thank you. What will be the free Wi-Fi range of the Link 5G towers? And will the free Wi-Fi be accessible to people in apartments nearby?
Okay, so the actual distance, I'd have to look that up and get back to you. So I don't have that answer off the top of my head. I will note that it is an expanded range because we are raising the Wi-Fi access point up higher into the tower. So it will provide a better range. As far as accessing it, did you say indoors? Was that the specific question?
Yeah, like nearby apartments.
So yeah. With nearby apartments as a whole, I just say anything from a communications perspective, it depends on the structure of the building, signal penetration through walls. So it's highly subjective to the specific conditions of the building that they're actually in and distance from the tower. Any assurances or guarantees of that cannot be guaranteed until we do an assessment of the surrounding area.
Thank you. What progress has been made in the last year on installing wireless internet services in homeless shelters that serve families with children?
So across the spectrum, we've made a large commitment to get that done. I believe we're in almost over 90% of the way complete. I believe there are only 2 facilities that are outstanding. But for the details surrounding that, in a confirmation of that, our Chief Operating Officer McGrath can pick up where I just left it.
Sure. And that answer changed this morning, Commissioner. Those 2 are finished. So right now we sit at 100%. Yep.
100%.
Now there are new openings that come down, and as they open up, we are working closely with DSS on the schedule to get that aligned. So at this point, everything that was given to us has been completed.
Thank you. 2 more questions. During the pandemic, we saw an issue with broadband services with our school systems. and even certain senior centers. Does Do It have a plan, or the administration has a plan to make sure that our DOE schools are fully up to date with technological advance in order to educate our youth today in the 21st century? And will they be working with the senior centers to make sure that they're capable of having services to have our seniors capable of using technology as well?
Thank you for the question. Actually, great question. So across the spectrum, one of the things that happened as the Office of Tech and Innovation was established was creating a single authority and responsible and accountable party for tech across the city. Now that's true whether it's in DOE or any other agency. So the mayor's commitment, as well as my commitment to tech, especially when it comes to things like broadband and essential services for the generations that are coming through the education system now, it's a strong commitment to get them the best service that the city can provide. So we're in the process of unpacking across the spectrum areas where we have spend that are spent in areas that are complementary. So when we look at fiber and we look at broadband access in schools, we're going to take a hard look at that and come up with a consolidated strategy to provide faster, higher speed access at greater scale across the schools as a whole. When it comes to senior living facility, senior living facilities as part of the work surrounding COVID, we actually went into senior living facilities and we deployed connectivity there as well. And our plan is to take a look at the city run and managed facilities across the spectrum that fall under the public housing umbrella to see how, from a baseline perspective, we can provide those capabilities at scale so that when you walk into some of these places, it's like heat or hot water. When you walk in, you don't have to ask for it. So we want to make sure that from a broadband perspective, we get to a point where broadband is available at that level.
Thank you, Chair. And just one more question. Is there any plan with the administration, because I know the mayor did mention this in the beginning, that he was very interested in cryptocurrency. Is there any plan with the administration on educating communities of color or even communities across NYC on cryptocurrency, digital art, or any new digital assets that are coming into age?
Yeah, so when it comes to digital assets and it comes to crypto as a whole, blockchain and all the technologies that are enabled by the foundational technologies it's an emerging field across the global landscape. In New York City, it's our responsibility, not just as government, but it's our civic responsibility to ensure that the kids and that the people that live within the city have access to the information to demystify what crypto is. So we're working very diligently to build programs, to build digital literacy around those sets of technologies. And it's our intent to not only just build programs, but build pathways where people, if they're interested, can get immersed in that level of tech. And it's almost like when we talk about broadband and access to that and access to those services, it's in order to play in the space, you need access to the right set of tools. And when we talk about the digital divide, broadband is only one part, device access is another part. So as we build dexterity around what crypto is, what blockchain is, providing access. So if you want to get immersed, you can. So short answer to the question is yes, we're focused, and we will have in the coming months programs that are specifically targeted towards this. But the mayor is committed, and I am committed to ensure that as this market emerges, New York City is at the cusp. We know where Bitcoin started. New York City is already the financial hub for the world. From a crypto perspective, we want to cement New York City as the crypto hub for the world.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would love to be a part of that initiative as I'm in the council. Thank you, chairs. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your questions. The next, we have Councilmember Butcher.
Starting time.
Hello, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. My question is about the 311 system, and recognizing that you've only been in your current role for a few months, what are your plans to improve 311, and what kind of initiatives do you have underway to address issues with it? I have to tell you that in our office, we've experienced more and more issues with cases being immediately closed. People who file a 311 complaint on the app and it'll say issue resolved or condition not observed when it's clear that no one went there. I'd like to know what kind of plans you have in place to audit 311 or to spot check the responses, or what kind of quality controls being done?
So thank you for the question. So I'd remind councils that the responsibility of OTI in 311 is the operations of the 311 system and the operation itself. Call taking, triaging, deployment. The moment that it goes past deployment and it actually lands in the agency's queue, that's where OTI's sort of responsibility and our insight ends until the agency actually responds to that action itself. One of the things that we're doing to create broader transparency around how agencies triage requests is building, and this is one of the things that the mayor spoke about publicly, and one of the things that we're committed to doing is providing insights into the triaging, handling of 311 cases, and not just that, but agency performance dashboards, right? So if you look in one side of the universe, you have tools like CompStat that provides insights into crime stats and efficacy around how the police department is dealing with crime. Having a very similar public model around 311 related metrics around what agencies are expected to respond to, timelines, numbers, those are one of the things that we're currently exploring as part of this. In terms of spot checks, we do spot checks around the 311 operation itself. We do have quality assurance teams that listen to calls, that ensure that they're being triaged the right way, spot checks on digital tickets that were received to ensure that those are being handled the right way, and periodic checks on the queues and the actual response, messaging to ensure that those are consistent and they're aligned with the latest. So within OTI's purview, we're making active steps to make 311 even better, especially through the introduction of the new system. But beyond that, when it comes to working with the agencies themselves, the short answer to that question is providing additional transparency through the production of statistics and dashboards that illustrate how agencies are triaging that. And I'll take a step back to one of the answers that I gave previously around the city's commitment. So when I say OTI's role, right? We as leadership within the city, we operate under one mayor, it's one authority, and we work collaboratively towards that goal. So I would reaffirm the mayor's commitment that between the deputy mayors and the chiefs and the varying levels of the leadership in the city, we are all committed to making the city better.
Understood. And sorry, my time's just running out. I have a couple of follow-ups. So I do understand that it's the responsibility of the agencies that receive that the call gets routed to respond, but there really should be ultimate responsibility with someone at 311 to make sure that the various agencies are taking it from there and that the ball doesn't get dropped. And that's great that you have the quality control. I would love to perhaps meet with you and your team with my district staff, where we could show you some of the issues with 311 and we could work on it together, some issues that could potentially be addressed. Last question, has it been brought to your attention that 311 service requests regarding assistance for homeless individuals are still being routed to the NYPD?
So as it comes to the service level routing for any specific request and how it's triaged across the system, attesting right now that is the case, we can have a follow-up conversation to look at the specific workflow to confirm that that's the case. At this moment, I cannot confirm that I know that to be a fact, but we will look into it and we will be glad to follow up and unpack it.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Time expired.
We will now hear questions from other council members. I saw Councilmember Brewer had her hand. Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Councilmember Brewer. I think we lost Councilmember Brewer. We'll get back to you, Councilmember Brewer, if you have any questions. And now I'm going to turn back to Chair Gutierrez for additional questions.
Thank you, Irene. And thank you, council members Riley and Botcher, for your questions and participation. I want to shift to vacancies. The preliminary plan includes a program to eliminate the gap proposal that would reduce DO-IT's budget to nearly $10 million in FY22 and $9 million in FY23 through the elimination of 127 vacant positions across the agency. My first two questions are, how many vacant positions remain after the reductions of the vacant positions, and what types of positions were eliminated?
So as it stands right now, when it comes to anything around headcount specifics, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Joe Antonelli, can provide.
Sure. So as it stands right now, the agency still has 141 vacancies across all of the entities within the budget umbrella. In terms of the types of positions that were eliminated, I can give you the breakout of the different program areas that the headcount was taken from. So 48 positions were taken from what we would consider like the traditional DO-IT umbrella, 9 from the Public Safety Division, 17 from 311, 34 from Cyber Command, 7 from the Legacy Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer, 1 from Data Analytics Office, 8 from the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, and 3 from the Civic Engagement Commission.
Thank you. So you are proposing to eliminate more than the 127 positions?
So sorry, just one quick clarification. The cyber related jobs, those were realigned, and we cut, instead of cyber related jobs, we cut some additional funding.
I just want to recognize Councilmember Brewer is back, and I know she had a question. So Irene, can we pass it back to her?
Absolutely. Councilmember Brewer?
Yes, thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I'm at a place that my phone died. Thank you, Commissioner Matt Fraser. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I think there's still money, and I could be wrong, from the master plan, 157 million. So I'm wondering what the status of that is. Number two, as you know, I'm the author of the open data bill and was chair of technology. I'll never do as well as the current chair, but I was there for 8 years. And so my question is, with open data, which I know comes under you, I assume. So what are your plans for that to keep it updated and to deal with some of the challenges that come up? The third issue is, I think places like some of the companies that you mentioned, Crown in particular, I think they only deal with commercial and not residential. So just in general, I understand about the kiosks, although in Manhattan, you're going to get pushback from the height of them. So the community boards are not loving them, just so you know, so you may get some pushback. So then what exactly is your, I would say, broadband experience? I know some small companies are working at NYCHA. You know, some guys, maybe we should just pay the big companies to go into some of these communities based on whatever comes out. And I know Chair Salamanca asked about the, you know, the cable companies, because we also want to make sure they're going to fund the Manhattan Neighborhood Network and some of the other providers that do neighborhood programming. So it's mostly the master plan, just broadband in general, because I think it's not just Link NYC. What else are we doing? We've been talking about it for about 40 years. And then open data, and how are you going to deal with the Manhattan Neighborhood Networks and the similar public access stations? Thank you.
There we go. Wait a minute. There we go. All right. Sorry, I could not unmute. So to answer the questions in line, first around the Internet Master Plan and the funding associated with it, what we did as part of taking our first steps in the administration is we've taken a look at any area where we've had significant spend associated. The Internet Master Plan, we're currently assessing to determine what's the best go-forward strategy. The plan was put together at a point where the city's franchise authority and the mission for universal broadband was disjointed. And we want to ensure that now that we've consolidated those authorities, all factors associating what makes the most sense and what's fiscally responsible for the city is the steps that we're taking. Anytime you have a spend at this scale, it's our fiduciary responsibility as the current sitting administration to ensure that, those funds go towards the things that moves the needle forward in the best areas, especially when we're looking at deficits. So short answer to that question is we're currently in the process of assessing Internet Master Plan and determining what the best go forward path for that is. Timing in terms of when we will complete, it's a bit nebulous, but we're actively working on it today. Our focus is around providing access to the resources as quickly as possible. And as part of the Internet Master Plan, a lot of the delivery was not expected within the calendar year, was expected beyond. So we want to ensure that as we look at what creates the best market diversity and ensures competitiveness within the market through that type of program, also while we work on building that, we do not create conditions that leave portions of the city behind. When referring to the Link NYC, not Link, the 5G build outs in the furniture and what we plan to do on that side of the spectrum, working with council, working with Public Design Commission, and working with all parties involved to review what's proposed and come up with a acceptable path forward is what we're actively working on. For us and for the city, 5G is not, it's an inevitability. And from the consumption needs that are driven by modern devices, we have to push in that direction sooner rather than later. So anything that this administration can do to help provide comfort and move the ball forward, we're actively interested in. New York City is already the financial hub. We want it to be the tech hub. And 5G brings us the capability to provide broadband at scale without being burdened by traditional infrastructure demands. So we're actively pursuing that. I believe beyond that, there was one other piece of open data. So with open data itself, with this administration has a strong commitment behind providing access to the city's data resources. And as we look at building tech capabilities across the spectrum, whether that's through our traditional education system, through the Department of Ed, and our higher learning through CUNY, data is the key, and access to broad sets of data where you can do things like correlation and analysis and provide upcoming and not just upcoming generations from the education system, but also private companies insights that they need that they can help the city be its best self. So from an open data perspective, we're going to push forward very aggressively to add additional data sources and enrich and provide additional capabilities that supplement that.
I think was the M&Ms and all of the public access stations too. Because the franchises pay for the public access stations. So, and then you got the issue of less cable, more streaming, less money from cable. So how are we going to pay for public access?
Yeah, so on that front, we're currently evaluating long-term effects, not just of the shift from cable to digital, but how we can diversify the franchise market. It's just like any sort of company operation. We have to take a look at how the city is collecting revenue and what those revenue and what those emerging markets look like, and create mechanisms by which we can protect the city's stream. So we're actively working on that, and as that evolves, we'll be glad to have the conversation and keep you in it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I could go on forever, but I appreciate this opportunity. I have 1,000 more questions, but I'll wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Chair Gutierrez, do you have any additional questions to the administration?
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for your compliment. You are my mentor in this area, so I appreciate it. I just wanted to go back, if I could ask the Deputy Commissioner just to run through the positions that he mentioned. You don't have to tell me the amount, just the names, like the position titles again.
Oh, so it was, I gave you the different program areas. So it was, the traditional Do It program, Public Safety Division, 311, Cyber Command, the Legacy Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Data Analytics Office, Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, and the Civic Engagement Commission.
Can you elaborate if under traditional, there is a head count for general administration and operations? And if that's not, can you explain why there's no head count reduction in this program area?
That is inclusive in there, yes.
That is in traditional?
Yeah, yes, it would be included in traditional, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, is the remaining head count sufficient to run department overall operations?
So that's a great question, and the short answer to that is running the operation isn't we have to do it, right? So with what we have, we've got to make it work. Our responsibility is to do the best that we have without dropping the ball. But what we've been able to do through the consolidation of the entities is we've had some capability or some functions that were complementary. So when you look at things like budget, HR, when you look at other things like external affairs, or even from a development perspective or security perspective, Legacy Cyber Command had a function that was focused on protecting the city's overall assets, while within Do It itself, there was an information security office that was focused on protecting the infrastructure that Do It housed. By consolidating those two teams, we have greater economies of scale because you have resources that are capable in the similar sets of tools and technology that can be purposed towards the city's overall mission. So changes like that is what we're looking to put in place by taking the resources that we have, creating a broader set of skills and purposing them towards a broader set of missions. As it stands right now, we haven't seen any declination in our service levels or our ability to deliver. And as we move forward, we'll look at how we leverage the city's overall workforce, tech workforce outside of just OTI, but within the agencies themselves towards the common mission of one city, one effort. So as it stands right now, I'd like to provide council with comfort in knowing that everything is moving ahead at the same or higher levels of quality that it was running before. But in addition to that, we're going to look to get greater efficiencies by pulling in the city's overall tech workforce.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I hear you loud and clear on the one city, one mayor. When the current mayor was our Brooklyn president, it was one Brooklyn. And coming from that borough, I get it, and I appreciate it. I know it's coming from a good place. Can you expand a little bit on what the attrition rate is?
So specifically around attrition, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget can provide insights on that front.
I'd have to get back to you with the specific attrition rate. I don't have that with me at this time.
Okay. Commissioner, you actually at the top of this section, you clarified a little bit of what the Deputy Commissioner mentioned in program area cuts. The preliminary plan proposes to reduce positions at Cyber Command, considering that Cyber Command work is critical to protecting New York City. Will this cut have a negative impact on operations, and should Cyber Command have been exempted from budget cuts?
So again, the whole process or the whole concept of one city means that when we take a cut, we prioritize across the spectrum of what makes the most sense. And also the cuts don't reflect functionally what happened with the convergence between Cyber Command and Do It's information security arm. So by doing that, the number of resources that are focused on the overall cyber effort as part of Cyber Command has increased as a whole. And with the vacancies that we still have, and plus with the joint mission of doing the Joint Security Operations Center between us, the state, and the federal government, also provide supplementary resources to that purpose. So while we cut vacancies, right, we did not cut any personnel that was actively working on any of these missions. So our current headcount from a sitting headcount still remains the same from baseline in each one of these entities, but the overall headcount at Cyber Command has increased because it's all under one OTI umbrella, and we pulled Do It's information security arm. My background comes from the enforcement end, right? The PD end of protecting and serving. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this, we are focused when it comes to our citizen data, our resident data, that we protect that like we protect our own. And we want to ensure that for the services that they're dependent on, not just services rendered by the government, over 80% of critical infrastructure is operated by entities in the private sector. through the Joint Security Operations Center, we're looking to extend the same coverages that we have in the city to the private sector as well. So we're going to work collaboratively towards that, and with the combined power of what was Do It, what was Cyber Command, what comes from New York State and the other surrounding cities, we are going to be stronger than ever in this space.
Thank you. I want to switch gears to COVID response and recovery. The Do It FY22 budget includes over $170 million in federal funding for COVID-19 response and recovery. Can you share a breakdown about how this funding is used? And as the city continues to recover, do you anticipate additional resources needed to maintain the COVID-19 related tech support moving forward?
So from a COVID perspective, the funding that we get goes to a couple of major buckets. So when you look at the vaccine management portal, when you look at the call center supporting vaccine scheduling, right? When you look at the reporting and the resources that go to man some of these services and the infrastructure that goes to it, the vast majority of funding can be spread between those buckets. As we move forward, COVID, I'd like to say that we don't see a need for it, but unfortunately, as you know, and as we've seen, when dealing with a pandemic at this scale, something that we haven't seen in modern history beyond what we're dealing with now, it's unknown what the long-term sustainability and viability of these things are. We're continuously evaluating to see where we can deprecate spend and where we can repurpose to other mechanisms that already exist within the city's estate. We're working very closely with our colleagues, Dr. Vasson, the folks at Department of Health, and also the folks at Health and Hospitals Corporation to track the trends around what's going on with COVID. Long-term impacts of what we will need, I will defer to the healthcare professionals. Our role as a technology entity is to enable the services that they need to provide services to the people. So to that end, as long as they need it, we will stand ready to provide it.
Thank you. And do you think that there are lessons to be learned from how the agencies were utilizing some of these tools and some of these apps?
Yeah, so it's in the, to say necessity is the mother of invention, and a smart person learns from their mistakes. A wise person learns from the mistakes of others. As we emerge out of the other end of the pandemic, as the city reopens, all the work that we're doing now to do a look back on how we performed well, where we could have performed better, having playbooks, run books around what we should do, understanding baseline capabilities and services and things that we should have had in place, right? and ensuring that we have those things in place going forward. It's very similar to what happened after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy. After Superstorm Sandy, the city got hit, well, from a natural disaster perspective with a huge amount of property damage. And out of that, the Office of Housing Recovery was created, where we had entire models built up around how do you deal with federal funding and how do you help doing rebuilds. All those lessons learned were incorporated into various agencies so that if it ever had to be done again, we could stand that up very quickly. So around standing up for things like COVID or pandemic level or other emergency level situations that require large call centers, large vaccine centers, or large deployment centers. Using those lessons that we've learned, creating a playbook so that we can action on those very quickly is one of the things that we will actively work on with our partners at the Office of Emergency Management. But anything around continuity of operations or anything along the lines of how the city responds to crises, I would defer to my colleagues at OEM and Commissioner Eiskell, and they could definitely provide more insights. One of the keys of being a good leader is knowing areas where you have depth and areas where you don't. And I leave this one to the professionals and let the folks at OEM answer.
I hear you. Do you think that agencies like OEM, for example, do you think that they're going to continue to maintain technology services? Do you think that they agree that there's a value in maintaining not just advocacy for funding, but investments into these services?
So agencies like OEM have a mission that they have to accomplish, and that's a business mission. and identifying the trends behind what they need to keep up with what industry demands to support that business mission is something that will continue. But the way that we invest in the things that we invest in, right, will be led from a single voice, a single office. And I think that that's the biggest part of the change. In things that are commodity types of technologies are things that we can make broader decisions that give the city the greatest economies of scale when it comes to purchasing. But strategic decisions on what moves the business forward, it's something that we across the entire leadership spectrum of the city will decide, not in a silo, but as I mentioned at the start of this, every week the deputy mayors get together, the chiefs get together, and we talk about what the priorities are, and we drive those things as a team. And the team will continue to drive the mayor's priorities and the agency's priorities pursuant to what's best for the people of the city.
Thank you. I'm going to shift to 311 a little bit. I know you answered some of Councilmember Botcher's questions, so I'm just going to keep this limited to two under Local Law 127. The first one is, just a context on Local Law 127. It's the law that enables public housing tenants to call the city's 311 customer service center to submit requests for repairs or complaints on top of their own NYCHA complaint number hotline. My first question is DO-IT actively working with NYCHA in implementing this law? And the second one is, how would NYCHA access the data in real time?
So we have a strong partnership between OTI and NYCHA, and that partnership is evolving on many fronts. It's historically been a strong partnership, but it's getting stronger every day. In terms of what we're actively working on, relating to the customer service flow, relating to how do we deal with other conditions that we have joint sort of missions on, like universal broadband and things of that nature. We're working very closely with NYCHA on all of these fronts. When it comes to how we would provide them with the access, one of the things that Commissioner Antonelli mentioned earlier was around Data Bridge and building the city's next set of data management platforms. Like that platform and what we're building there will be the conduit that pushes everything, not just within OTI, but across the entire city as a whole. And working and triaging between 311 and NYCHA's call center is something that we are actively working on. And it's, as it stands right now, I believe, based on everything that we can see and everything that we can measure, that process is handled seamlessly today.
Okay. So what you're saying is there's obviously a collaboration between NYCHA and 311, and do you think that there is an opportunity for more efficiency between communication between both agencies? And I bring this up just obviously representing a significant public housing population here in District 34. Oftentimes tenants will feel like they have to resort to 311 when their NYCHA complaints aren't being responded to in real time. And so the real time is the emphasis, is the place that I want to focus on. Would you endorse, I would say, the real-time efficacy of both agencies in communication? Like, is that something I can go back to my constituents and say they're running this efficiently?
Yeah, so I that collaboration in real time is something that we are actively looking at. You can tell them that we have full intents to participate in those ways. For the actual council, for the actual connection between NYCHA and what exists between that and 311. We've spent a lot of time historically looking at that, but going forward, a part of ensuring that we're providing the best possible service is measuring quality and spot checking some of the decisions that were made at past. And it's the entire theme of what we've mentioned so far throughout this conversation, ensuring that the decisions that we made yesterday are still the best decisions today. So you can provide that assurance.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Irene, are there any other questions before I shift into the next?
I think we went through most of the questions that we had.
Okay, great. Commissioner, are you feeling okay? I still got a lot of questions.
Oh, no, we're good. We're good.
Good. Okay. So I'm going to shift over to broadband expansion and 5G. The capital commitment plan includes funding of $157 million for the broadband initiative, which would expand wireless access to low-income New Yorkers. I know just from our conversation, I know that this is a priority for you and this is a priority for me. This initiative would expand wireless access to low-income New Yorkers. Can you, and you may have touched on this, but I just want you to emphasize this, can you give us a status update on the broadband initiative? When can low-income New Yorkers, specifically NYCHA tenants, depend on the broadband accessibility?
So one of the things that we're looking at right now as a whole is how do we lower the threshold and bar of entry for broadband services? Mm-hmm. And to do that, when we looked at the historic approach around how broadband is provided broadband is provided to folks that live in public housing or that have that lower income threshold. It was a process that required the person to subscribe to a federal voucher. Once they got the voucher, they would have to go to the cable company, subscribe to the service. As part of that service, there'd be a preliminary check, and depending on the state of credit, there may have been an ask to do a large-scale deposit to get infrastructure. What we as government are looking at, and what this administration is looking at, is how do we lower that bar, how do we lower that threshold, and how do we provide services like we provide heat and hot water? You don't have to jump through all those hoops, it's just available. So we're currently looking across the city's franchise authority, and we're looking across across all the providers of services in this space to see how we can provide services at scale with very low thresholds for entry for NYCHA residents. As it currently stands, we have a plan that extends over the next calendar year that's projected to provide broadband at scale across all to a significant portion of NYCHA. But until we finalize that agreement or we finalize that plan, we can't provide that confirmation at this moment. But it is our intent to take the conversation around broadband access in public housing and public facilities and make that conversation a thing of the past in the near term.
Thank you. I know the focus has been on NYCHA tenants. Can you talk about what how the city determined, I guess, which developments had greater access first, or how the city determined the areas with the greatest need?
So it's a collaborative approach with NYCHA itself, where we take a look not just at the number of people that live within the development, but we also look at the population of youth within the development, because it's a good indicator of the broadband need driven by people that need it for school, right? But it's a holistic sort of assessment of a number of factors, including those two. But I'd be happy to sit down with council and show the specific metrics that we use, or that we use with NYCHA to sort of come up with a prioritization pipeline. And as I said, as I mentioned in the last answer, it's a program that's currently in the emerging stage. So we're still working it out. No final determinations have been made, but as we make those, we will keep council aware.
Thank you. Who are the vendors? Do you have a sense of who the vendors are? I know you said it's kind of in the emerging stages, but do you have a sense of who the vendors are going to be for this project and how they were selected?
So in its current state, it was put across. We're looking across the city's franchise community. We haven't made any final determinations on who the vendors will be yet, and because it's still a process that's ongoing in the assessment phase, I'm going to defer making any statements on that until we finalize. Okay.
I obviously will keep talking because I do also want to work with you to understand, just the assessment of which boroughs have the greatest need and the breakdown by borough. So we can keep talking about that. How is the initiative related to the broadband master plan that the previous office of CTO issued in January 2020?
So the previous plan focused on bringing additional infrastructure, creating broadband diversity within specific areas through new carriers. And then also that infrastructure that was built out, this new conduit, they would lease out. And as part of occupying that conduit, there was a requirement to provide broadband at a much lower cost. So that effort was looking at creating broader market diversity, and through that diversity, bringing the cost of broadband services down. What we're looking at right now, and that's a plan that extended, it wasn't a plan that extends over one calendar year, it was over multiple years. And based on the projections around that, it was only positioned to serve a part of the population. What we're looking at right now is something that can cover the universe of public housing, and looking at something that can cover not just public housing, but government-run facilities, and provide that in a timely manner that's significantly less time than what was initially proposed as part of the Internet Master Plan. Now, what we're trying to do is address the problem that exists now. The problem that exists now is no access, is no or limited access to broadband. The moment that we can provide that access and stop that gap, it gives us more time where we can have a more methodical, thoughtful approach on how we address longer term issues. But every day that someone's left behind is another day that we're failing to meet our mark as what the public expects from government.
Thank you. I am going to shift into next generation 911. Let me just 2 years ago, New York City residents got to text to 911, and one of the purposes of Next Gen 911 is how to allow for more digital information to be sent. Does the Next Gen 911 system have the capability of receiving and responding to photos and videos sent via text messages?
So that is the part of the feature capability of Next Gen 911 to respond or to accept more means of reporting an issue. So both photo, video, and other means we're currently looking at. But in addition to that, what Next Gen 911 also provides is it's a broader set of resiliency behind the underlying technologies. And it gives us opportunities when instead of being tethered to physical facilities to perform those services, in the event that something happens, we have more agility behind how the city deploys and where we can send resources.
Can you share what languages are also accommodated through this system?
So from a languages perspective, we can get you a full list of that. I'm not prepared at this moment to comment on that explicitly. But it's important to note, not just for 911, but also for 311 services, we also have a language line that we outsource and that helps bring in and fit the gap from a language gap. But I want to make sure that we get you a comprehensive list, and I don't speculate. So we will follow up shortly after this with that.
Thank you. No, and I do appreciate the interpretation piece. I think logistically in the text piece, it might be a little bit more challenging. So I'm just curious if it exists, and yeah, I would love to know which
I thought you meant across the entire population of not voice calls and text. Currently for text, it's English and Spanish.
For text, okay. I just meant for text, thank you. And then do you know, is there plans to expand on the language access piece for text?
At this moment, I can't confirm that, but we are actively looking at ways that we can enhance services as overall. And certainly that's part of what we are part of what we're assessing.
Absolutely. I would just like to emphasize that I think a key feature of this was for domestic violence victims to be able to communicate.
Yes.
And we just want to make sure that we are being representative and like covering their need as well, where we see specific populations being victimized more than others, and we just want to make sure that we are covering language access. I do see Councilmember Holden has joined us, so I'd like to recognize him. Thank you, former chair. My next question is does Next Gen 911 work with all cell phone providers?
So currently, Next Gen 911 isn't available yet. It's a process, it's a program that's currently evolving. And we are currently in the process of pushing the technology and the back end forward. As it stands right now, anything from a text to 911 or a voice call works across all carriers.
Okay. I have here that last year only former Sprint customers were able to access it.
So text to 911, you can text from any carrier. As it stands right now, there's no limitation on texting 911 from other carriers.
Okay.
For standard text messages.
Okay. You mentioned this. I don't know. You touched on this before, but is the timeline to complete the transition to next gen 911 still by 2024?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So COVID did not impact the progress of this at all?
Yep.
Fantastic. And then when can we expect to receive the 2022 annual report on the implementation of Next Gen 911?
So we're actively working on that now, but you can expect it before the end of the year, within the month of this. By December, you will have it.
And you would be able to share it with Council Finance?
Yes, we will.
By December. Fantastic. Okay, I want to shift to, before finishing, I just want to shift over to Nice One, because you did mention the focus or the emphasis on efficiency for the agency in moving away from some of these legacy projects, outdated projects. And I know that Nice One was an endeavor that spanned multiple administrations. The department will generate savings of $8 million in FY22 and roughly $10 million in FY 2023 in the out years from decommissioning work DeWitt continues to do in replacing end of life and legacy systems while implementing measures to secure the city's networks. How many agencies have fully migrated out of the Nice One system, and how many are in transition to migrate out?
So all agencies have migrated off of Nice One. What we're currently in the process of is decommissioning the actual infrastructure. So the network and services are offline, but we're looking at pulling the actual physical assets that are deployed out. We've gotten a significant portion of them out, but there's still some remnant left behind, and we're in the process of doing that right now.
Can you give us an update on the decommissioning transition off of Nice One, and can you talk about the related costs?
The decommissioning. I'm sorry. Can you just?
Sure. Yeah. Can you give us an update on the decommissioning off of Nice One? So whatever, like the decommissioning of the infrastructure and any of the costs.
So as it stands right now, we have a handful of sites that are remaining that has physical infrastructure left. And when I say handful, I literally mean a handful, less than 5. And the actual costs associated with them it's dependent on an assessment, complexity, location, and which is what we're currently unpacking. Timeline to actually get that equipment down, we are hopeful that we can get that done within the calendar year. But a lot of that will be subject to negotiation, building access, and actually having contracts to remove the actual equipment itself. The associated costs, like I said, until we get some of those details, it's hard to project what that actually is. From a service migration perspective, everyone is off of the Nice One or the service that was provided by Nice One.
Thank you. Can you commit to providing this committee with an itemized breakdown of those costs when you have them and a schedule for completion dates of the breakdown and transition off the system?
We can't commit to that.
Yes, okay. And do you have a sense of the timeline to fully remove these Nice One equipment from rooftops? The handful.
Yeah, so the timeline is a bit nebulous considering the factors that I previously mentioned, but we're hopeful by year's end, we're past that point, but we will, as we get details, we will provide the information to council accordingly.
Thank you. I am going to pass it off to sorry, did you have something else?
No.
Okay, I'm going to pass it on to Irene. Thank you so much, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, for your time. I do look forward to, I'm sorry, Council Member, I'm going to hand it off to Irene. I see the Councilmember Holden has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councilmember Holden.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, and Thanks. So your testimony, very complete. I just have a question about the City Bridge 5G kiosk design. Are you okay with the design?
So what we are comfortable with where we've landed, and again, this is an iterative process. We'll do what's necessary and what's in the best interest of while protecting the city's overall landscape to get the technology deployed. But as it stands right now, based on the needs of what 5G is and the communication needs of the actual spectrum and its placement, it's aligned with what we see from best in industry best practices. So we are comfortable from that perspective.
So, but you're happy with, because I think it's a little bit, it's very large, and I understand that a lot of technology has to be put in, but I looked at the one, I believe it was Philadelphia, and it looked a little, I know they maybe don't have the technology that we have or the providers that have to go in there, but it just seemed to me, and when I was chair of technology for 3 years prior, and at the very end, I thought maybe we can combine, light, fixtures, furniture, because you know that the cityscape has a lot of furniture, and we're getting more things, more signs, more massive elements on it. And I just thought if we could figure out a way to actually make it a more pleasing design, it looks a little bit overbearing to me. I'm a designer, so it kind of like, it just didn't sit well with me. And I don't know if the chair feels the same way. I don't know if you've seen it, Chair, but I just felt it was a bit massive for our cityscape. And I don't know if it'll change from borough to borough, but I'm a little concerned. That's all. So, but you're okay with it? I don't know. Matter of taste.
No, thank you for the concern, and to some degree, some things are a matter of taste.
Right.
It's at the end of the day, when you do a comparison between New York and Philly. Now, I'm not knocking Philly at all. I just want to be very clear about this, right? But from a New York perspective, when there's a certain level of quality that's expected when you consume services within the city, and we want to ensure that level of quality is consistent. So when we move forward and we look at the street furniture, we want to ensure that the capability, not just for what we need today, but the expansiveness of what we need tomorrow is accommodated with that design. So we work collaboratively with the Public Design Commission. We work with the carriers, and we sort of brought everyone together to say, what's the best approach that we could do on this front? And what we put forward is aligned with our existing, it's aligned with our existing street landscape to the best degree possible. And like you said, between Philly and New York City, the things that we're getting out of this, I mean, it's not necessarily apples and apples, but to the best of our ability, we've been as accommodating as possible when it comes to the design and the services. And we will continue to do so and iterate where necessary. But as it stands right now, everything that we've done so far has been compliant with what PDC has mandated and what we could get every carrier to align to.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Holden. Chair Gutierrez, do you have any additional questions or remarks?
No additional questions, Commissioner, but I just wanted to let you know that that you can expect a follow-up letter with some more additional questions, and would really appreciate your response.
No worries, no worries. As we started the conversation, the level of cooperation and collaboration that will come between council and the administration will be stronger than ever. You have my commitment that this is a team effort, and we will get. The only way that we can get to solving the challenges that we've historically missed the mark on is by making sure that the voice of the people, which council represents, and our ability to execute are aligned, and we work hand in hand together. So I look forward to the great work that we'll do with council, and I thank you all for the work that you do and advocating for the people within and the constituents within your respective districts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We have concluded administration testimony. We will now turn to public testimony. Once your name is called to testify, our staff will unmute you and the sergeant at arm will set the timer and announce that you might begin. We'll kindly ask each panelist to limit their testimonies to 2 minutes. Council members will have opportunity to ask questions after each testimony. Our first panelist is Mr. Noel Hidalgo from Beta NYC, followed by Elise Golding from New York Economy Project, followed by Paul Segal from Tech Group Justice. Mr. Hidalgo?
Hello.
Starting time.
Dear Chair, thank you. Dear Chairs, Chair Gutierrez and fellow council members, for the last 8 years, Beta NYC has called for a realignment of municipal technology services, and we are really glad to see Mayor Adams take the initiative to start this process. We have high hopes for the Chief Technology Officer, Frazier, and the whole Office of Technology and Innovation. At the start of this month, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the city's open data law, and for the first time since the passage of this groundbreaking law, the complete open data team sat together. No longer was there a division between Do-It resources and the mayor's resources. This is the type of de-siloing that we have exactly wished for, and we hope that this type of unity becomes the norm. And we wish Technology Frazier and the Do-It/OTI team swift and effective unification. Our following testimony is informed by the failures before and during the pandemic. As we've yet to see a complete detailed breakdown of the reorganization, our testimony will focus on core values and key questions to guide the budgeting process. My testimony is going to divert a little bit and will be verbal, and then I will submit some written testimony here. First of all, Chair Gutierrez, thanks so much for asking questions about service design. What we didn't hear from the testimony from the administration was exactly what are those core principles? How exactly is this particular agency going to, and this agency leadership is going to course correct from the failures that we see? We have to point back to our friends over at NYC Opportunity who have been leading the charge. They have 5 core principles: creating with the people who use and deliver those services, prototype and test for usability, accessibility for all, and equitably distributing those tools and make sure that everything is evaluated for impact and effectiveness. What we heard today was some really great words, but we need to see this in action. And the rest of my written testimony will be submitted outlining a clear list of questions that we think, Beta NYC thinks, that the council should be asking for OTI. Specifically in this is understanding what is OTI's commitment to community boards. As the open meetings law is about to expire in less than 4 weeks, we need to understand exactly how OTI will be supporting community boards in their hybrid and virtual environments. With that, I say thank you very much. You did a great job. I love being here. Thank you for making this pretty amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo, for your testimony. And I do not see right now any questions from council members. And our next panelist is Mr. Golden, Ms. Golding, I apologize.
Time starts now.
Hi, is this for me? Oh, okay. Hello, sorry, I just rejoined after being on since 9:30, but nice to see everybody. Good afternoon, my name is Elise Golden. I am the Community Land Trust organizer with the New Economy Project, which is an organization that works with community groups to build an economy that works for all, rooted in racial and social justice, neighborhood equity, cooperation, and ecological sustainability. So I'm here to urge the Land Use Committee to be supporting $3 million for fiscal year 23 for funding for the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative, as well as support legislation which removes land from the speculative market, which we know is harming and displacing communities. So some of these, laws that we want to pass this year include the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, ensuring that public land remains permanently affordable and for the public good, as well as abolishing the tax lien sale. So community land trusts just to remind people, are community governed nonprofits that own land and ensure that it's used to provide permanently affordable housing, as well as other public land uses. So the CLT model is really flexible and can support a range of community needs, from rental housing and co-ops to commercial spaces, cultural spaces, gardens, and more, anything that communities deem is necessary. And CLTs are rooted in broader movements for housing justice and economic democracy. So just wanted to, again, urge the committee to support our $3 million ask for the citywide CLT initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golden, for your testimony. Our next panelist is Paula Siegel. Ms. Siegel?
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. And I'm here with my colleague, Elise Golden, to also talk to the Land Use Committee about the Community Land Trust Initiative. I realize that it's been a long day and it's been a long month of budget hearings. So we are submitting written testimony. I actually emailed mine to the Community Council yesterday, and I hope it will be distributed. And I'll just talk a little bit about the initiative. The initiative was started in fiscal year 2020 by the last council. It has been growing every year since. This year, we are 20 organizations strong, including the 2 organizations where Elise and I work. Elise described the New Economy Project a bit. I'll tell you a bit about Take Root Justice, where I am senior staff attorney in our Equitable Neighborhoods practice. Take Root works with grassroots groups, neighborhood organizations, and community coalitions to help make sure that people of color, immigrants, and other low-income residents who've built our city are not pushed out in the name of progress. Take Root and our 19 partners have been part of the citywide community land initiative and are asking this council to increase funding this year to keep up with demand. Every year, the initiative has added new neighborhood-based groups that are exploring community land trusts, that are doing deals, that are taking over land on which buildings have been disinvested from by the city for decades, that are helping homeowners get their homes out of the lien sale and look for preservation pathways, and are helping stabilize commercial spaces to make long-term small business opportunities available to low-income New Yorkers in perpetuity. We are really excited to be a technical assistance provider in the initiative. We do 2 things. We are counsel to several community land trusts, including East Harlem El Barrio Community Land Trust, the Brooklyn Level Up Steering Committee in Brooklyn that is exploring a community land trust. Northwest Bronx is
I'm expired.
Oh, sorry. Can I finish one second?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So the other thing we do is kind of popular education and workshops for groups exploring whether a CLT is what would meet the needs of the community that they're trying to meet. And in both of those capacities, each year, demand has just grown and grown. So we're really excited to be asking for a re-up of the initiative, but also an increase to $3 million to share across the 20 organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel, for your testimony. Our next panelist is Sabrina Lamb, followed by Dina Alfano, followed by Laura Paris. Ms. Lamb.
Time starts now.
Chairwoman Gutierrez and Committee on Technology, esteemed members, good afternoon. On behalf of over 6,000 World of Money children and their family, I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Sabrina Lamb, the founder and executive director of the World of Money, a 17-year New York City-based nonprofit and leading provider of 120 annual classroom and online hours of diverse and immersive financial and entrepreneurial education for ages 7 to 18. Because money influences every aspect of our lives, we have leveraged the power of technology with the World of Money Online.org to teach more children with our culturally relevant lessons so that children accessing our platform will see children who look like them. 4 of our financial lessons are translated into French, Spanish, Swahili, and Portuguese. Maximilian Johnson, a 13-year-old Harlem resident, once shared, quote, "World of Money has taught me how to build financial security for me and my family. Saving, investing, compound interest. Most adults don't know these things, and my learning about finance at such a young age and how money works puts me at a great advantage," unquote. Well, Maximilian is correct because 38% of teens report feeling unprepared to manage their personal finances and fear that they will not experience lifelong economic well-being. And the lack or inadequate financial education may lead to poor health, lack of self-worth, predatory victimization, and low college attainment. So there's no better time, council members, to include our curriculum in classrooms and after school programs throughout New York City. We can harness the power of technology and to deliver it to where children and youth like Maximilian spend most of their time in the classroom and on their mobile devices. We welcome
Time
these
expired.
partners with you. Thank you, and remember the World of Money motto: learn, earn, save, invest, donate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Dina Alfano.
Time starts now.
Ms. Alfano?
Hello.
We hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Really grateful to have this opportunity to speak today. Although I was hoping for someone, at least one person from LPC to be present. Anyway, thank you very much, council members. I am Dina Alfano. I've lived in Bushwick since 2014, returning to the neighborhood of my family's roots, and have been very passionate about landmarking for Bushwick. And I guess I'd like to express how frustrating it's been for those of us who are passionate about landmarking, in that it seems our repeated attempts to call attention to Bushwick lead to dead ends. And honestly, it's not clear if that's just the reflexive response the city as a whole has developed over the last number of decades when it comes to responding to Bushwick in general, but it's disheartening just the same. Of course, I understand there are established procedures to the landmarking process, as well as factors like budgets and staffing that affect prioritization, and I well appreciate those realities. But there is another factor, and one that's critical in my mind, that I'd like to point out, that merits real consideration, particularly when it comes to Bushwick. And that factor is context. Recounting the details of Bushwick's troubled history belongs to the longtime residents here who endured it firsthand. And so I wouldn't attempt to speak on that. But that said, for anyone to just pause and consider the well-documented facts of Bushwick's difficult history, I think we can all agree that it's pretty remarkable that any of these meritorious properties are still standing and are still savable. And I wish that notion of context would have been taken into account in December of 2020 when the community rallied in front of cameras for 2 days in front of the Lindemann House in a desperate attempt to save it from the bulldozer. And as I recall, the claim from sorry, I had a lot more to say, but in summary, what I'm hoping is that LPC could host a landmarking 101 for Bushwick, or otherwise engage our community and take the time to meet with us so that we know that we're seen, that we're heard, and that there is a lot of support here for landmarking, and time is running out for Bushwick. That ship sailed. We don't have that luxury anymore. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alfano, for your testimony. Our next witness is Laura Paris.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. My apologies for I'm walking to a quiet corner. My apologies for jumping on and having to run to another corner of where I am. I am a resident of Bushwick. I live on Mayor's Row, 1 block from the destroyed Lindley House. I also work in Bushwick. I've lived in Bushwick since 2004, worked in Bushwick since 1993. And we are outraged and despairing about the state of the landmark, what should be landmark buildings on Bushwick Avenue that are being destroyed one by one by developers and replaced with ugly modern buildings with no character. This is bad for the community because people are being displaced. It's bad for the aesthetics of the community because the new buildings do not have any historical value. And it is bad for residents who have to endure all of the construction, the dust, the noise. I echo what Dina is saying. We need to have the city council more involved in promoting landmarking parts of Bushwick, the parts that remain, and controlling the out of control development. Specifically, I think we should put some of the money that's going into Bushwick in current residents' hands, encourage some basement conversions if what we want to see is more apartments in Bushwick. And I know that Cypress Hills is doing that. And it's sort of a pilot project. In addition, we know that I live in Bushwick, I work for a not-for-profit. I had no idea there was a gas pipeline planned a few blocks from my house. The community was not consulted. And, we know that the community board is on our side to control this out of control, ugly development. And yet we've seen one remarkable and notable building after another go down. So what we're hoping for, as Dina said, is a 101 on landmarking, but also more council involvement in protecting our buildings, protecting our neighborhood, protecting affordable housing, and ideally also some more creative initiatives if we need more apartments. Once again, the basement conversion program, and more awareness of and community involvement in any kind of development, especially regarding this horrendous, ecologically problematic and dangerous to the health of Bushwick residents gas pipeline that we, once again, knew nothing about. And I, with Dina and many other neighbors, protested the bulldozing of Lindley House. We now have a huge building that is overshadowing all of the adjacent buildings, including the next door neighbors who are friends of mine. And, we just need help. We need the city's help to keep this from happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I see that Chair Gutierrez have questions.
Thank you. Not a question, but I do want to just thank Dina and Laura from my district for coming to testify. It's something that I stand with you all. I was at that corner of Linden back in 2020. I live in Bushwick, so I will certainly be working with you all and also our chair for landmarks, Councilmember Lewis, to dig a little bit deeper on everything that you're talking about. I just didn't want you to think you were unheard. And thank you for sticking around the whole duration of the hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for all testimonies. And our next witness is Michael Karadas.
Yes, thank you. I'm a 19-year employee of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and I'm testifying as president of our chapter 41 of Local 375. Let me say first, I think it's a real disservice to our members, to the staff of the commission, who asked me to come here and testify today, that I'm testifying with absolutely nobody from the Landmarks Commission still here, and Chair Salamanca is not here, and no one from the Land Use Subcommittee is still here. So this really feels like I have no opportunity to be heard here, and I've been strung along all day and really have no chance to make my voice heard. That said, I wanted to respond to something that our chair, Sarah Carroll, said earlier today. She talked about cutting our budget, cutting our staff. And she said that it's fine to cut it 15%, 6 people. We're already struggling with the staffing we have. We're a small agency. We're down from about 40 to 33 landmarks preservationists. These are the people who do the bread and butter work of the commission. At the same time that she is telling us that she can cut the people who are designating landmarks and reviewing applications, they've just added a new management position, an HR position that management was doing before, basically saying all the cuts can fall on the staff, all the cuts can fall on the public, and the management, they're not going to have to suffer any cuts at all. We're in the process. Very soon, we will be experiencing a summer surge of applications. We need many, many more staff, not less. And what she said is completely unrealistic. I would like to add quickly, there's a larger issue here, which is that our budget is too small to retain people, to pay them a competitive wage. Our wages have fallen almost 10% in the last 20 years. The switch from tier 4 to tier 6 has been a major loss in our benefits. The loss of teleworking, which the mayor has come out against, is another loss. All the while we've lost pay and benefits, rents have skyrocketed. We have people who are paying student loans. They can't afford to stay at the commission, and the place has basically become a revolving door where experienced people are leaving after 2 or 3 years of receiving training at the hands of the city and going on and making a better living for themselves. It's very inefficient, it's very unwise, it's penny wise and pound foolish. And again, I really do not understand the structure of this, why I had to wait all day to testify to people who have no interest in this issue whatsoever. It's very discouraging, and it's a real disservice to our staff and to the people of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And our next and final witness, Memo Salazar.
We have Councilmember Holden has his hand up.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Committee Council for doing this hearing. Michael, it's not falling on deaf ears. I've battled LPC before I got into the council. New York City was never serious about preserving their buildings, their landmark buildings, or exquisite buildings. It's historical. If anybody's ever been in Penn Station, you know what a loss that was, but we did get a landmarks commission out of that. But you're right, it's understaffed. They usually don't. They can't give us the attention we need as people who want to preserve. But I will certainly bring your message back to the council, Michael. And it is unfortunate that there's nobody from landmarks on this call. I agree with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your doing that. I appreciate your sentiments. I'm here for 33 staff at the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and it's very disrespectful for nobody to be here from the commission, from the land use subcommittee to hear us. It's extremely disrespectful. So please bear that in mind.
We do have a bill that's pending that will force these agencies to stay on this call and listen to the residents of New York City, and that's one thing we will push, and hopefully we'll get support in the council, because it is disrespectful. I agree. Listen, I was turned down for every in my district. I have no landmarks, and I pushed for several at a church that was a Carpenter Gothic style church built in 1847 by a famous architect, built by the community, historical value. We were turned down because there was siding on it that they said change the structure of it. And when we took the siding off, they thought we were doctoring the photo in Photoshop. But we did save it. It's housed in 2 trailers, but we disassembled it. And we're still waiting to put it up in my district. Hopefully we'll get funding for that. But I've had frustrations for decades with the Landmarks Preservation Commission. So I'm on your side, and I'm on the advocate side. Bushwick certainly. There's a character of the neighborhood that has to be saved in Bushwick. It's some beautiful buildings there, and we don't want to lose them. So anything I can do, and Chair, anything I can do to help you as your neighbor in District 30, I will do. And certainly, thanks for the advocates for staying on this, and thank you, Michael.
Thank you. If I could just say one last thing. I've been waiting since 9:30 this morning. I listened to our chair speak and say whatever she had to say, and everybody listened to her, and nobody stuck around to listen to me. I represent, as president of our chapter, 33 employees, very underpaid employees of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, who are having a very tough time, and heard our chair say we can continue to cut our staff while they're adding staff in management. And my staff, the people I'm representing here today, are the people who do the bread and butter work for the public, and nobody stuck around to listen to us. It's extremely disrespectful. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your testimony, and our final witness is Memo Salazar.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Memo Salazar, and I am the co-chair of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. I'm here to speak to the Land Use Committee. We've been trying to do something about rising costs of living and working in Queens. Specifically, we've been revisioning the massive Vernon Boulevard building in Long Island City that our former Governor Cuomo was going to give to Amazon as part of their HQ2 project. We spent the last 2 years going out into the community and talking to them, going over all their needs and wishes, and pouring them all into a feasibility study in conjunction with an architecture firm that is about to release a community-led report on what can be done within those 700,000 square foot of space. We're imagining all sorts of community uses, from food service to artist studios and more. All of this, as you know, takes a lot of time and money, which are two things that communities rarely have to spare. And I personally have a full-time job as a TV producer in children's education, which I should actually be there now. But I devote all of my free time to the CLT because these issues are so vital to Queens. Thanks to last year's City Council funding, we were just able to hire our first coordinator part-time last month. She's a young, amazing Latinx woman with solid community organizing skills, and she's got a personal interest in affordable housing. So we're very lucky to have her. But right now, we can only afford to have her part-time. Her weekly calendar is already filled to the brim with meetings and events, and we've barely gotten started. Over the next couple of years, we need to meet with as many different elected officials that are in our area and city agencies. So as we try to find a way to work together to make this building project a reality. We need to do a lot more outreach here in Western Queens to make sure that everyone, including our most marginalized communities, have a voice in this project. But again, this all takes time and money. The $3 million initiative request from City Council is vital to making this happen and allowing us to expand our outreach.
I'm expired.
Without the adequate funding, we all struggle as volunteers with our day jobs, unable to bring these solutions to Queens for the people who need it the most. So please support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to thank every witness for their testimony. And if we have missed anyone who has registered to testify today but has yet been called, please use your Zoom hand function. Now, I see none, and I will turn over to Chair Gutierrez for closing remarks and to adjourn the hearing.
Thank you so much, moderator. And I don't want to take up any more time. I just want to emphasize the amount of time the public has spent on this call. I really do appreciate whatever accommodations you had to make, childcare work, whatever it was to sit here and listen to all of us. I, like my colleague, Councilmember Holden, am happy to support the council's mission and making sure that we are respecting your time by mandating some of these agencies and commissioners to sit through it. This is the budget process. It's to be here for hours on end. So I just want to highlight how much I do appreciate everyone who signed up and everyone who stuck around and all of your remarks. I also just want to conclude by thanking the entire committee staff, Commissioner Frazier and your team for all of your answers, my team as well for helping with preparation. That is all I have. Thank you so much for your testimonies, and hearing is adjourned. Thank you.